Alrighty, council will stand in session. For the record, council members Fimbres, Councilwoman Lee, and Councilmember Cunningham are attending this meeting electronically. Ms. Clerk, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, Your Honor. In light of that, we would like to take all votes by roll call during the study session.
Alrighty, so we're going to do every vote in roll call. Items 1 through 6 are executive session items. Ms. Clerk?
The first executive session is noticed as Executive Session TPOA et al. Versus the City of Tucson et al., Pima County Superior Court Case Number C 2021-3869, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. The second executive session is noticed as Item 3, Executive Session Annual Review and Evaluation of the Performance of the City Manager, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A1 and A3. The third executive session is noticed as Executive Session Litigation Update and Proposed Settlement, Aqueous Film Forming Foams, AFFF Products, Liability Litigation, United States District Court for the District of South Carolina, Charleston Division, MDL number 218MM2873RMG, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103, A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So
So
moved.
moved, Madam Mayor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz. Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion passes. So we go into executive session. It's going to take about an hour, hour 15, approximately. Maybe an hour and a half. And so we will see you all back here in an hour and a half, and we'll go into executive session. Thank you all. Everybody take their seats, please. May I have a motion to return to study session?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. So since we have three of our colleagues joining us electronically, we're going to have to go through roll call at every vote. So if there's no continued discussion on returning to study session, can we go to roll call?
Yes, Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mr. Cunningham. Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Mayor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session with respect to these legal matters. The city attorney is directed to prepare an ordinance for mayor and council consideration and adoption at the September 6, 2023 meeting that would establish a meet and consult process as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
So there is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion carries 6-0.
6-1.
Oh, 6-1. Oh, but he didn't vote, right? Correct?
Right.
Okay.
It's just.
So it's 6-0.
6. Okay,
6-0, right?
sorry.
Because he didn't vote against it. Okay. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Mayor, an appropriate motion would be for the mayor and council to find that the manager's performance has met or exceeded expectations.
So moved.
Is there a motion? Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek. Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And congratulations, Mr. Ortega. Thank you so much for being our city manager and for doing such an incredible job with all of us and with the public.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so we move on to
Item 6.
item 6.
Mayor, an appropriate motion would be that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city manager and city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to come back to the mayor and council with additional information about the proposed settlement and the ongoing litigation.
Is there a motion?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Cunningham? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion carries 6-0. And we move, because we do have some visitors, very important visitors here from Pima County, we are going to move up the discussion on our updates on unsheltered homelessness and our transition center in partnership with Pima County. I requested time be set aside to provide an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons in our community. We have a presentation from Pima County Administrator Jan Lesher on the transition center and the partnership that we have with Pima County. Mr. Manager, did you want to introduce the item?
I do, Mayor, thank you. This is really an ongoing conversation about our relationship with Pima County, but it also gives you an opportunity as the mayor and council to hear in real time some of the things that Pima County is working on, of which we are a part. And because of the way that this is being presented, we'll make sure that the similar information is provided to the Board of Supervisors, as far as our presentation goes. So with that, I'd like to introduce Jan Lesher, the County Administrator, and then she can introduce Steve.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ortega, and Madam Mayor and members of the council. Thank you so much, and staff, for allowing us to be here today and be part of this conversation. And huge thanks, I will just say as well, to Amaris Vasquez, who's been with us, working for both of us. I think we really began these efforts, I'm getting dangerously close to a year now of partnering together. And Brandy, who has just been extraordinary, did a wonderful job representing you in the efforts at our board meeting a few weeks ago. What we'd like to focus on today is really the transition center. And a while back, our Board of Supervisors passed 4 basic tenets about things they wanted to focus on related to public safety and what's been going on in the community. We began to focus first on how we get people out of the justice system and captured, if you will, immediately into wraparound services, any focus that we can facilitate that would allow individuals to get the services they need so that they do come back if there are dates down the road, and to make sure that they're getting help in addition to what may not be provided within the jail services directly. The first step of that was the opening of the transition center. It is a very nice word for pretty much a double wide a trailer outside of the jail facility now, but the idea being, and about which we are being successful, is people can come out of the jail, walk just a few feet, and go immediately into an environment that provides those services to make sure that people do get mental health care, do get work that they may need in addressing substance abuse issues. As you know, in the neighborhoods, and some of the concerns is people are released, and the jail simply can't contain them at that point. And so we have people who heretofore might have been walking into the communities, into the streets at 2 and 3 in the morning. This provides people a really safe, we hope, environment in which they can begin their transition out of the incarcerated state and into our community. Steve Holmes, our Deputy County Administrator, is the gentleman who's really been at the forefront of this and leading all of our efforts in getting this done and working, I know, arm in arm with Mari, but I'd like to turn this over at this point to Mr. Holmes to provide a lot more granularity on the Transition Center. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, council members. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak with you today. I'll give you a little update on this partnership and how it's evolved. Last time we had the conversation here, I had the opportunity to talk a little about the systems that we had been exploring collectively that we felt have been broken and have caused what we are currently seeing right now, both on our streets and just in our community in general. Those three systems that we had discussed previously were the housing system that I know the city has been really deeply involved on trying to fix some of those systems and continues to work in partnership with us to evolve in that space. We talked a little bit about the healthcare system, which is kind of I'll put a pause on, but it has some implications on this work. And then equally important, the criminal justice system and working with our partners in the Sheriff's Department and TPD and other municipalities to try to figure out ways in which we can continue to support folks that are where the incarceration system has become a vehicle for a potential lack of stopping some of the criminal activity, more importantly, trying to reduce recidivism in that space. So the Transition Center was really kind of an evolution of the work that had been previously done, particularly with our pretrial services division, which falls under Superior Court. Around 2019, there was a vision to put, which was executed, which was to put a pre-booking modular outside of the jail. The purpose of that pre-booking modular was to try to screen people who really could be cited and released and not spend time in jail for the purposes of reducing jail population. Prior to the pre-booking module being in place, the percentage of the ratio between felony offenses and misdemeanor offenses of those in the jail was roughly, I want to say 70-30, don't quote me, it's kind of roughly in that range. Now it's sitting more of a ratio of 90-some percent to in the low 7% who are actually misdemeanors, which is what we wanted to accomplish, really making sure that those that are sitting in jail are mainly felony offenses or misdemeanors who are being arrested more specifically and more generally for violations of probation or domestic violence. Those types of things that are screened out of the pre-booking modular. And I apologize I spent a little more time describing that because it is the impetus for how we've evolved into this transition center. So if as people are taken through the pre-booking modular through pre-trial, they are released and in general have been released just into the community, most of those being misdemeanor crimes where there are no touch points with service agencies. People that are sitting in the jail, although it's sporadic, those who have long-term stays are being connected with some services there in the jail for some types of transition after they leave, but nothing really happened in the misdemeanor crimes. And as you know, part of the issues that we've been dealing with have been in that misdemeanor space, more specifically nuisance crimes and of the like. So the vision was to really place a modular, again, fancy name for another double wide, right next to the existing modular where folks that are leaving the pretrial modular will actually have to exit through the transition center. We call it the gift store concept, right, where you have to exit through the gift shop at the very end so that you can be greeted by folks, right? So that's the way it's set up. If you drive by there's a fence line, people being released will go through the modular, and it's staffed by four staff members from the county and 2 from the city who have lived experiences. Purpose of having lived experiences is people that could actually speak to folks and convince them to get services. As you know, these services are voluntarily, right? So we can't force people to get services. We can just, connect them right away because the likeliness of them taking up services is higher if it's being done once they're leaving a situation where potentially of stress and being arrested and going through there. Our hope is that through these connections with, at least in this first phase of the work, and in front of you, you'll see kind of its flow chart. The first phase of the modular is to really focus on the pretrial, pre-booking modular folks that are leaving there. Roughly there's about 300 people that go through that pretrial, pre-booking modular monthly. and about half of those are released through the modular. The other half are rejected and go through booking in the jail. So we're seeing roughly about 150 people there, and I can say over the course of, since our opening in July 17th, we've seen about 108 contacts with individuals who our staff has made contact with, and roughly about half of them, 53 of them, have taken some type of services. And when I talk about services, there's a wide range that we can offer. All these folks that are there are coordinating with the existing service providers. Many of them have relationships with these service providers because of previous experiences. We have a full-time staff member from Hope Community Services there as well, who has been instrumental in also connecting with services for folks, and more importantly, providing transportation for those who may need transportation to a location, right? And services, again, could range from a cell phone that they need that is able to make contact with them to actually a place for them to stay or get reconnected with a service provider that they already have had contact with. So the evolution of this is to hope, in hopes that we reduce recidivism by connecting folks to services right away, and then equally important that we actually reduce the amounts of failure to appear in courts, right? What you call FTAs. This is the only services that are being provided with misdemeanor crimes right now, right? So that's the only connection folks are having to those providers. Eventually in this phase two, as you see there, is that we also, which we're beginning to do right now, is connect with folks leaving their initial appearances, right? So these are folks that are staying over the night or staying because the pretrial pre-booking modular is closed, making contact upon initial appearance. There are 2 initial appearances that occur during the jail, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, having someone there to connect with them and then escort them if they choose, to engage back to the modular. And that's kind of in that beginning stage of development right now in this phase 2. Eventually, we hope that we actually fill some of the gaps that are happening in the jail with service providers as well. Again, there are providers in the jail that are working with folks that are incarcerated much more longer term, but much of those services are for folks who self-identify, right, with a particular need, whether it be mental health or had some previous exposure to some of the service providers who are going to provide them with some type of support. Again, this is the evolution of what we currently have in place. Thank you, Madi, in partnership with our city manager to help staff and other couple of folks there. I think we'll eventually grow this larger because the hope is that we outgrow the modular. Right now, we call it a transition center because we want to transition people as quickly as possible, but no pun intended, but we also want to transition to a larger location, right? Where we can actually have a one-stop place for people to go get the services, and equally important to be connected with the services right away, not be transported to, right? So that's been the vision. That's kind of where we are in this phase 1, and giving you a bit of a snapshot of where we're headed for phase 2 and phase 3 of the modular.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lesher and Mr. Holmes. Really appreciate your presence here. Welcome again to the table over at the City Hall. Really appreciate the partnership that you brought to me and the city manager. And what I love about Pima County and the city of Tucson working together, and that's not just the government and our employees, but that is really the mayor working with Chair Grijalva and the city manager, Mr. Ortega, working with the county administrator, Jan, and your staff. Like, we meet every other week to try and figure out how we create systems that will help our community, our mutual community, right? Because Pima County, City of Tucson residents are Pima County residents. And so we feel that for far too long, systems have languished or have not changed in order to be effective for our community. And so I love that together the city of Tucson and the mayor and the chair Grijalva, and our county administrator and city manager are working on creating systems and structures that will actually work. And we might find that some things are not working, but we're at least working with each other to try and find solutions for the big issues that affect our community. And so I'm really happy that this transition center that the city of Tucson does have some investment via our staff that we have in our justice navigators. I love that because Pima County has its court systems, its justice system, and the city of Tucson serves other needs that we're trying to fill those gaps to be able to have a uniform and easy process for our employees. So thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate that we do share Mari Vasquez as an employee of both the city and the county. We're putting funds together to do that. And back in 2022, when Manager Ortega and I started talking about already, we need to find long-term solutions and innovative ways of being able to serve our community when it comes to unsheltered homelessness, when it comes to our justice system, and how we work with Pima County to be good partners, not just to each other, but the community, that there was that willingness there from you, Jan, and really we started talking about how we find these solutions. So appreciate your being here, and I just wanted to open up for my colleagues to see if you all have any questions or any comments in terms of what we've heard so far in terms of the transition center. And I also wanted to invite Mari to see if you wanted to add your usual update and report to Mayor and Council.
If you'd like, I can do the action plan update now and then. Honorable Mayor and council members, today I'd like to provide an update on the ongoing endeavors of the Regional Unsheltered Resource Coalition. Our team consistently convenes on a weekly basis, and today just going to talk about the 4 strategic goals on the action plan. So goal number 1 was empowering unsheltered individuals and giving them access to critical services. So one of the things that we are doing is always looking at emergency and temporary shelter alternatives in the forefront. Our amazing colleague Brandy Champion is here to offer any insights on housing numbers and figures if you have any after the presentation. We've also been continuously engaged in ongoing navigation initiatives, collaborating closely with city departments and county departments, and others such as Community Safety, Health and Wellness, TC3, and Tucson Police's core units to ensure comprehensive outreach services. Housing navigators are targeting specific areas, most specifically on Wednesdays, when TPCH gets a group of them together and they go out to areas that we've deemed a priority. So our mobile shower trailer initiative is successfully operating at multiple locations throughout the city 5 days a week. And the transition center is highlighted by County Administrator Lesher and Deputy County Administrator Holmes. It provides crucial judicial services to support our vulnerable demographic. Try saying that fast 3 times. Phew. A big highlight, though, that we're really excited about is the multidisciplinary outreach team that's going to be based out of Housing First. That team will be comprised of members from CBI, El Rio, OPCS, and the City of Tucson. This team is set to deliver strategic outreach encompassing mobile medical care, detox treatment, coordinated entry, and navigation toward emergency and transitional housing services, but more specifically in the evening hours where a lot of other places are closed. So we're going to be able to get to those areas that need it with those services in the evening time. So very excited about that. And also they're going to be setting up a volunteer team, which we plan on making it, a regional, just reaching out to everybody to try to get some more help in that area. Goal number 2, which centers around addressing the impact of unsheltered on our community. We're developing a plan with systemic procedures to address large encampments that we find This calls for prioritizing services and continuing to find new ways to increase engagement with the unsheltered and, if needed, enforcement in these areas. We're actively involved in presenting our strategies at neighborhood coalitions and ward events, trying to explain our multifaceted approach to this protocol. Another exciting development is the expansion of the homeless workforce program to a total of 5 teams consisting of 35 individuals. This is guided by OPCS, Bear Barley. Their teams are now operating 5 days a week as well. Along with EGSD's Crews for Cleanup, I can't say enough about the awesome work that they do. We wouldn't be able to accomplish a lot of what we're doing without them, so many kudos to them. The Housing Attempt to Locate initiative, supported by Housing First and the TPD core team, will be another strategy to enlist so that we can notify individuals when their vouchers are available. So we're looking forward to getting that up and running soon. Our third goal, which is data collection, I think this is where we've made the most progress. It's centered around data collection and tracking. Through concerted efforts, we've managed to reduce the time between reporting and initial evaluation on encampments to approximately 5 days. So when somebody reports an encampment, we get somebody out there in 5 days. It is worth noting, though, that we're still seeing 55% of the reports be duplicates, and 32 are indicative of not actual encampments. So we're working with the Public Safety Communications Department dispatchers to try to collect the data on what those calls are so that we can prioritize a procedure to get to those as well. A lot of those calls involve loitering in areas, and so we want to make sure we have the information and then get a response to them. And then the last goal is really about housing options for the unsheltered. We're really trying to continue the partnership with Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness, which is a big collaboration between both the city and the county, and we appreciate their unwavering support and their help with resources. And then we're also trying to identify possibilities for a low-barrier congregate shelter. This piece is where we're really seeing the gap and where we're really trying to focus a lot of our efforts. We know that there's still much work to do ahead. We understand that. But I want to say that our team's commitment and desire to help the community on a regional level is unmatched. And I want to say thank you to both the county and the city, Board of Supervisors, Mayor and Council. It's just, your support is very, very appreciated, and it shows a genuine care for our community. So thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you so much, Mari, and Administrator Lesher and Deputy Administrator Holmes. Really appreciate, again, like I said, our partnership. It's not the most important question, but I really feel as though we should be putting a number behind the work that we're doing. I know that the city of Tucson, in terms of affordable housing and housing our unsheltered folk, putting together a program with the task force, putting money for environmental service remediation in our city, expanding the homeless work program, all of these programs that we're putting in place. You know, we should be attaching the funds that we're investing in this. It is a big effort. And I know that Pima County also has been footing the bill on trying to create this transition center, but also trying to put together, you know, fill those gaps with our justice system and to better serve our community. I would love to be able to see what the numbers are, because I think that a lot of people don't know what the county does, what the city does. They just want results. And in our work together, we should be telling the story of all of the services that we're providing, but also telling the story of how much we're investing in trying to solve this issue. I know that Governor Hobbs now is very, very interested in the needs of really what is a societal issue, which is homelessness and affordable housing or lack of. And so she is investing here in Tucson. And that's another incredible partnership that we're going to hopefully approve later on tonight, which is the Night's Inn, which is an investment that the state brought into the city of Tucson. And we're taking advantage of the partnership with Pima County for this. So I would love to, you don't have to do it on the fly, but I would love to be able for both of us to tell the story, to be able to inform the community of what we're doing in a seamless manner, both county and city, but also tell the story of the investments that we're doing to serve our community on this. Councilmember, I know that you wanted to jump in with a question or comments.
Yeah, for the Transition Center, and thank you so much, Jan and Dr. Holmes, for being here today. I'm wondering, I know we had conversations about a treatment alternative. I know that the Sentinel just reported on a young man who had overdosed, and that according to the girlfriend, when he got picked up, she said he needed medical treatment. And then we know he went on to pass at the jail. Are we still looking at that as an option for folks needing that detox? Yeah.
Honorable Mayor Romero, Honorable Council Member Santa Cruz, yes, that's still part of the evolution of this work. As of now, we're trying to connect folks with services, particularly match services, but that delay in services is problematic, right? And so, I mean, it is still our intent and goal is working with another partner. Just take a step back. We met with our partners from CRC and actually the Arizona Complete Health. This is why I'm kind of mentioned earlier a little bit and put a pause on it was the healthcare systems. I think we need to kind of collaborate with our healthcare providers to figure out how we can better utilize the resources that may be available to stand up another service provider there. There's, as you know, CRC does great work with people who are experiencing mental health crisis. The Crisis Response Center, sorry about that, that's right behind Banner South. We use that term very frequently, so I apologize. Very nationally recognized as a crisis response center, but it's not meant to be a response to people who are experiencing overdose or any type of, they'll work with those folks, but there's not a really seamless handoff. So our goal is still to work with these partnerships and to really build something that can actually be close to and proximity to our incarceration facility, quite frankly. And so we are actively continuing to pursue partnerships, more of a long-term plan, because building something like that is going to require an investment. That's why we need our service providers at the table. But I think if we don't build that, it's an oversight on our part, since it's a big part of what we're seeing in that revolving door of coming in and out of our incarceration facility.
Okay, thank you.
Any others? Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Kozachi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, County Administrator Jan and Deputy and Mari for your good work in this area. And thank you, Mari, for recently answering my colleague, Councilmember Fimbre's questions. When I looked at the chart of current totals by ward, should I celebrate Ward 3, number 1? No, 20% more than the next ward. And that reflects our experience in the ward office. We often say that 80% of our call load has to do with this issue. And we know there's an intersection of drug use, crime, mental health, that sometimes isn't an intersection. Maybe there's just crime going on. Maybe there's just drug going on. Recently, I've met with board members of an HOA who their life experience is very different than it was 3 or 4 years ago. They're close to the Oracle Corridor, and they're getting traffic through and impact from that. I've talked to 3 businesses that are along the Huckleberry Loop at the top of the northern part of my ward, and part of part of the reason our cooperation is really important from my perspective is that we have a border where this is happening, and jurisdictions can be confusing. 3 businesses, big businesses, along that section from Stone to First are affected by mostly drug trafficking that's happening in that area. And we've communicated about this, Jan, and I appreciate that we're going to be meeting soon and with Mr. Ortega and others and the businesses. Everybody needs to be at the table to tackle this sort of thing. It's not something, Chief Kasmar's in the audience, it's not something you guys can do alone. And we need to bring all these resources to bear on this particular area. Thank you for doing this work. We're not where we need to be yet, but we're better than we were the last report, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Kozaczek?
Thank you. Very, love the Transition Center. Thank you for all the work on it. It's great stuff, great start. In attachment B, question for Mari. Attachment B says Regional Unsheltered Resource Council, that you're looking for new low barrier options. Are you looking for a building to do TIs in, tenant improvements in, or an existing facility to just partner with an existing operation?
Liz, do you want to take that one? We are looking for locations, but I'll let Liz.
So if it's TIs, then the follow-up question is going to be what size, what zoning, what price points, because we have 7 different sets of eyes that are also out there in the community.
Yes, Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, thank you. We would be looking potentially for leasing a site. The funding piece is going to be critical. Arizona Department of Housing has funding that we can go after, so it would likely be an existing facility where we could do some tenant improvements. We haven't really nailed down some of the square footage, those type of pieces. I need to get that so we can narrow our search appropriately. So I'm happy to share that with you once we have that information.
Okay, I mean, we can help scout the,
Yes.
scout the terrain. Very similar comments or concerns that Kevin just shared, and just yesterday we had a meeting, and thank you, and Brandy, wherever you are, there you are. Police were involved, we had the city manager's office represented, your folks were there. And it's a complex issue, and there's not a silver bullet. And so it's going to be all hands on deck. It's not just it's an interjurisdictional issue also. But 2 things that came out of it that I would invite you, Mari, and Brandy to share. And I sent Suzanne 2 links, one to the Houston model that you're going to be exploring, and also the Austin Community Village. And so, Suzanne, if you could share those links. And Mari and Brandy, if you'd like to share I know you're going to Austin to check that out, maybe share what you're looking at, and if you want to talk about the Houston model so that people have a context of what they're seeing when they open those links.
Let Brandy start.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council. So Austin actually we were invited for Tucson to go look at Community First Village. And I invite all of you to look, if Steve's Vice Mayor is going to share the link. It's a combination of different housing structures. So there's some people that have fifth wheel type of small RVs on that property. There's tiny homes that are built on the property that are fixed. There's pallet shelter type homes that are on there that are a little larger. And there's a couple of the boxcar homes that have been refurbished and on that site. It's a huge parcel of property in Austin, Texas. I'm really looking forward to it. I think I'm going to visit with the city manager while I'm there to see the types of things they're doing there and how they're tackling their homelessness issue. So I'm really excited to bring back what I learned from that, what that village looks like, how it's staffed, all of those different types of things, so that we maybe can explore trying something like that here. Because as Vice Mayor mentioned, there's many things that need to happen, and there's many things that we don't have in the community that we can learn from that other communities are doing. So I look forward to bringing that back to this mayor and council.
And I would share it, and what you're going to share also ties in directly with the whole conversation we're having about updating our UDC zoning, all the zoning issues, because that's going to be a piece of it.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, council members. So the Houston Navigation Center was actually brought to our attention by Lieutenant Matt Brady, who oversees the TPD core unit. It is run by an external agency, but it does have its initial referrals from law enforcement and from their housing department as well. So it takes any encampment that is abated and will move them into the center. It allows pets. It also allows couples to stay together. It's low barrier. And then it has the services they need to get their documentation, to get moved into another temporary shelter and then into permanent housing. It does have a 30 to 60 day time limit on there so that they do move quickly through the housing process. So, the link does explain it more than I can, but we are very interested in just checking it out and understanding how they get that up and running.
Thank you so much, Mari. Yeah, no, absolutely. We should be exploring innovative ways to deal with, like I said before, a societal issue that not the city, not the county, even though we're in partnership, we can solve. But that we're doing everything we possibly can to find solutions that actually work for our unsheltered folk here in the city of Tucson. I don't see any additional questions or comments on this item. We do, for time purposes, we'll have to move forward, but I would love to be able to tell that story and promote this partnership as much as we possibly can. Of course, there are still so much things to do, right? There are so many more steps we need to take, but looking at all of the complex issues that we have in front of us in terms of our justice system and our unsheltered folk, and the very many needs that they have. I love that we are working together, and that is inclusive of our police department as well as our, Housing First director that we created this program for. So looking forward to our continued partnership, to continue working together, and to learn what we could do in terms of detox. I know that we've been talking about detox. That's a huge piece and a huge component of the concerns that we have in terms of the unsheltered in our community. So thank you all for your time. Really appreciate the partnership, and continue looking forward to what we can do together. Thank you. All righty. So we have another set of visitors that we're going to invite to speak to us. Thank you all. It is item 14. Mayor and council will receive an update on the 2023 legislative session from our City of Tucson lobbyist, Kathy Senseman from Policy Development Group, and Doug Cole from HighGround. Andrew, if you'd like to introduce the item, really appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. As we do every year, this will be our opportunity to review highlights from the 2023 state legislative session. Our state contract lobbyists are here, Kathy Senseman from Policy Development Group and Doug Cole from HighGround. Again, they will cover some of the basics of what went on at the legislature this year, with some attention to bills of importance and impact to the city of Tucson, including the approved state budget. And they'll go through that, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kathy and Doug.
Thank you, Andrew. And it's great to be back in Tucson. And I'm happy to say that 22 days ago, the legislature finally adjourned. So Kathy and I will do what we normally do. We'll go back and forth in our presentation and move through these slides pretty quickly. It was, as I just mentioned, it was a 203 a day-long session. And for those of you that have been around as long as I have, the last time that a session even came close to that was 173 days. That was in 1988, and that's the year they impeached and convicted Evan Meekum. So little fun facts here, folks. So 1,675 bills were introduced, along with 113 memorials. That's about right around 1,800 bills. What is very unusual is 348 bills passed, and out of those, only 205 were signed. Our governor vetoed in her first session 143 bills. Folks, that we hadn't seen it since Janet Napolitano was up on the ninth floor, and that was thought that 58 was a big number. 143. We'll be getting a bit more into that and how that plays into the culture of the legislature. Legislative composition. Next slide. Legislative composition. And we're going into this. You all know there's only one vote each side. But what's interesting about it, it's been a revolving door at under the Copper Dome. As you all know, that Representative Liz Harris, who represents East Valley District, was expelled for misrepresenting herself and others during a committee hearing. Julie Willoughby, who came in third in that race, was appointed. Senator Raquel Tran resigned to run for Ruben Gallegos' congressional seat. She was replaced with Representative Flavio Bravo, who was then replaced by Quantra Cruz, who was appointed to fill Representative Bravo's seat. Then more recently, Senator Steve Kaiser from District 2, which is North Central Phoenix, he resigned. And then former Representative Shauna Bullock, who had stepped aside to run for Secretary of State, she was appointed. And then, of course, down here, which is more recognizable to you folks, Minority Leader Andres Cano from District 20 resigned, and former Pima County Supervisor Betty Villegas was appointed. Now, we also anticipate, that's a lot in one session, folks, a lot. What we also anticipate, there may be up to 3 in the next few months for various reasons, for running for other offices, et cetera, health reasons, new jobs. And then, of course, there's also 2 current city members of the legislature that it is widely believed and that are under investigation by the Attorney General for their role in the fake electors on January 6th. So it is a lot to keep track of, just a lot to keep track of. What we don't have up here, Mayor and Council, is a very important issue that I wanted to highlight, in that Governor Hobbs only has had 6 directors confirmed by the state Senate. Now, she has 30 members of her cabinet. I think 7 are carryovers that don't need to be reconfirmed because, for instance, Tom Bishotsky, who's Director of Department of Resources, Rob Woods, Director of Department of Revenue, were kept over and have already been confirmed by previous legislatures. They don't need to be reconfirmed. But only 6, this is unprecedented, only 6 have been confirmed by the full Senate. Under state law, they can only serve a year. So if they took their office on April 1st, then and they're not confirmed on March 30th of 2024, they're going to have to step aside, and a new person's going to have to be put in. We all saw that with Dr. Cullen here, who was appointed as the original Department of Health Services Director, and of course she was voted down. So a lot of politics involved. Part of the reason that the session was kept into just 22 days ago. So that's very, very concerning for the stability of government. And if you have any questions, I can tell you which 6 those are, but I will turn it over to Kathy, who will move on to the next slide.
Yeah, Doug, can you share the 6 that were confirmed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I can. I just happen to have them right here on my iPad. So Ben Henry, Department of Liquor. Tom Torrey, who's the Forestry and Fire Management. Jennifer Toth, who is the head director of Department of Transportation. She used to be the Maricopa County Department of Transportation Director. Jeffrey Glover, who was the very last action. He used to be the city of Tempe, as I'm sure your chief knows very well. He used to be the city of Tempe police chief. I think it was probably about 20 minutes before the assignee died, they finally confirmed that the Department of Public Safety Director, Jeffrey Glover, Ryan Thornell, the Director of Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation, and then Susan Nicholson, Department of Real Estate. So those are the only 6 that have been. So you have Access, Department of Economic Security. I can just go down the line here. Huge state agencies, Department of Health Services, as mentioned earlier, huge state agencies that don't have a permanent director. And it's very, very concerning because it's hard to bring in quality people and implement policies when you may not be there come February or March, April of next year. So Kathy.
And just to piggyback on that, I'll just share that, usually these nominees would go to their committee of kind of reference, right? So Department of Transportation would go to the Transportation Committee, Housing, would go to their respective. And what the Senate did was create, they call it DINO, which is the Director Nomination Committee. And let me just tell you that those committee hearings were hours and hours long, and it makes the Spanish Inquisition look like a good time. And so things that you might have done when you were 12 years old were coming up in what they and how deep they were going to find fault with many of these nominees. So that also contributes to who wants to put their career on the line to go through that process. And so we expect more of that.
Yeah, to that point, Mayor and Council, I mean, the Director of the Department of Administration, a lady that's been the deputy director there forever, widely respected. I think she spent, of her 2-hour nomination, I think she spent a good 45 minutes talking about her views on abortion. This is the director of the Department of Administration, so
yeah,
a little color.
Good times. And so I'll just quickly go through this one. So obviously our fiscal year budget, $17.8 billion, about $2 billion more than the year before. The majority of that $2 billion is one-time dollars. And so one of the ways they put the budget together this year was to give members kind of a chunk of money to spend how they chose to. But some of the major items, which I think are timely given your conversation before, was money, $150 million to the Housing Trust Fund, $40 million to housing shelter services. I do want to point out some of the members pooled together their kind of pot that they had to spend to create this tax rebate. And so anyone that had even $1 of tax liability in 2019, 2020, 2021 will get $250 per dependent under 18. And if you had an adult, like a student in college, then that'll be the $100 per dependent, up to 3 per family, per tax filer. And that will go into effect, legislation goes into effect 90 days after session, so October 30th. The idea for this was to help with inflation, with families dealing with just the increased costs everywhere, and to come in around the holidays is kind of the intent of what this tax rebate was. It's only 1 year. One time, but it's better than nothing. Kids care eligibility was increased, which is, I think, fantastic. And then going into a lot of those one-time monies that they spent, we have funding for the Drexel Road Bridge and the Real-Time Crime Center. And then if we can go to the next slide, Andrew. Just want to quickly, you could talk for education this whole time, but I'll go over this one quickly. There was a lot of new funding above the formulaic requirements. One of those was $342 million for School Facilities Board. This is to help build new schools, help repair existing district schools. The base level funding is statutorily set at 2%, and that was given. It's about $139 more per student. There was also a $300 million one-time. Now, this is meant to offset what's called results-based funding. And results-based funding was based on how students did on standardized testing. And as many of you would know, that kind of tracks demographics. And so, so what they did was take those dollars from results-based funding and put that into the base. So all schools will now receive additional funding instead of just those schools that happen to be in the right zip codes. $50 to $60 per student on district additional assistance. Fun fact, charter additional assistance is automatically baked in the budget every year. districts have to fight for this funding every year for their students. So, so there was a push to have parity with the charters on this one. AEL is fixed for the next school year. As many of you know, for district schools, there was talking about shutdown because they wouldn't have the statutory authorization to spend the money that they were appropriated. So we won't have that kind of gun to our head for the next year. But that is something on the horizon that needs to be fixed because the legislature is spending money on education, but the formula that's set by the voters is not keeping up with what that is. And then quickly, I know we could dive into this for hours, but on the ESAs, nothing was done this year. And I know that was a lot of criticism of the governor, that she wasn't able to get that done. However, the gentleman that brought us universal ESAs is the Speaker of the House. So see something maybe happening in the future on that, but to just put it in perspective, the legislature originally budgeted $30 million for the program. First year out of the gate, it came in at $300 million. There are just a little shy of 70,000 students that are on ESAs. Over half of that number is universal ESAs, which is basically a student that's currently in private school getting an ESA to attend a private school. And ADE did a projection. They're projecting that the cost is going to be $900 million to the state, and that is going to drive a lot of the budget discussion next year. But I just want to, not to get into the weeds or nerd out, the $900 million is probably less than that, just because half of the ESA students that are going from, say, like a district school to a private school, there is a savings of what is paid to the district school versus what they would get to go to a private school. So that $900 million is going to come down, but with slowing revenues in the state and with this above budgeted ESA issue, and we'll get into it later, but that is one of the concerns for the future, and that this is kind of the biggest piece of the budget that is driving probably our being in the red next year.
They did get a study committee, though.
Yeah, well, yeah, that'll do a lot.
That'll do a lot.
That's going to do a lot. Then next up, just some bills that we worked on. I just want to point out two of them. So the first one, 1055, the Crime Lab. I really want to say thank you to Mike Garcia and Helena Myers, who came up and did multiple meetings and did back channels on the Crime Lab. When this bill first was introduced by the city of Mesa, it would have been devastating financially to our Crime Lab. And we were able to not only go in and negotiate the way that they're going to look at funding for the Crime Lab, but do a way that's beneficial to us. And we were able to get $700,000 more put in the program that will be divided amongst all of the 5 crime labs in the state. But it's thanks to them and their work back channeling with their peers, as well as coming up to the Capitol, that we were so successful on that bill, and not just successful getting kind of what we wanted, but actually getting more dollars for our crime lab. So I really want to thank them for that work.
Yeah, and also I'd like to thank TPD for, we talked about earlier, for the real-time crime center too. Thank you for sending your staff up, Chief. They're all very helpful, because that actually was a standalone bill that ended up being in the budget.
Yeah, and then just the other one I wanted to point out on this is 1061. This will allow public officials, you can have your home addresses made confidential from public records. So many saw that as a very positive bill this year.
I think it's too late for me.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah.
So next slide. So we're on mayor and council action bills that were defeated. Now, these are the bills, we have another slide for those that were vetoed. These were bills that actually did not make it to the governor's office. So as you can see, I'll go through here these quickly. Corporate income tax cut, tobacco, alternative nicotine vapor products, income tax credit, public monies, ideology, training, prohibition, that was a fun one. School books, libraries, books, prohibition, that was another fun one. You know, social engineering stuff. Probably one of the biggest victories here was SCR 1023. That was the Charter Cities repeal. That was Senator Wadsack here from the northern part of the county. That was her bill. We were able to defeat that before it got up. That one just would have gone to the Secretary of State's office. And then, of course, SCR 1027, cities, towns, elections. So those ones were defeated before they were able to either go to the governor's office or the Secretary of State's office to go straight to the ballot. And we'll talk about the ones that did make it to the Secretary of State's office later. Mayor and council bills that were vetoed. This is part of the 143 list. I think probably the most impactful one besides, I know we don't have a food tax here, but many of your sister cities do. The governor vetoed that. That's not on this list because that wasn't one of yours. But for in city and county and city and town land, that was a huge deal. But Senate Bill 1162, the home-based businesses restrictions prohibition, so you can continue to regulate those businesses. Don't have to worry about a neighbor next door melting lead and doing other fun things like that. So as your city attorney can tell you, that would have been a fun one to enforce.
And Doug, if I could just add, I say this tongue in cheek, but when there was a lot of conversation about the rental tax, about the food tax, I just want you all to know that I took a lot of pleasure in telling many legislators, especially the Republicans that were supporting those two measures, that I was glad that they were taking the lead from the city of Tucson to not have either of those two taxes.
Which they didn't believe.
Yeah, which they didn't believe, but then there was a lot of like, I can't even process what you just said to me. And so we watched that very closely, but I just want you guys to know that I did kind of take pleasure in sharing that fact with many legislators this year.
Next slide. So here is what did make it out of the legislature. As you know, SCRs and HCRs only need a simple majority in both chambers. So they only need 31 in the House, 16 in the Senate, and they go straight to the Secretary of State. And then the fine people of Arizona get a vote on them in the next general election. So these are the referrals that made it out of the legislature. So 1006, it adds a 2% levy on criminal fines. SCR 1015 requires statewide initiative this is the continuing drumbeat of trying to make citizens initiatives, which is guaranteed in Arizona Constitution, harder to do. This will require, as you can see here, 10% of voters in all 30 legislative districts. This is making people go to Ganado and show up in Cochise, other small towns, and not just get it here in the city of Tucson or in the state of Maricopa. Then HCR 2033, I think this is probably the most concerning one for the city. Preempts local voters from determining method and manner of local elections. We require the primary election model where you would have a standard partisan run elections that would be nominated in the August primary, and then the two winners from each party would move on to the general election. So that will be on the ballot. And then HCR 2039, which limits the governor's state of emergency powers to 30 days. That is a hangover from our COVID days.
And then just to kind of start wrapping up, just want to give you guys a preview of what we're anticipating for next year. We talked a little bit about where we see state revenues going. I think we're going to be right at breaking even or in the red for next year, which could, again, we're always concerned about state shared revenues, where that could go. Housing and zoning, obviously see that staying a hot topic. The revenue replacement for the residential rental tax for the cities that had it, 70 out of the 91 cities had a rental tax. And total for the state, for those cities, it was $350 million total revenue that's going to be lost to those cities in 2025. Like, for example, city of Phoenix, it was about an $80 million hit to their budget. Other cities, it was around 20 million, or less to them, but still a big hit. So looking at revenue replacement for that, which is going to be difficult given we see slowing revenues.
And this is part of the deal that, the legislature, especially with a split government, it's give and take. And this is part of the deal to get the authorization for the Prop 400 extension for Maricopa County. This was the deal that was cut with the governor's office. So the league, you don't have a rental tax, but it's a big deal for Phoenix and others to replace that revenue. And the league's already started working with the governor's office and stakeholders it doesn't kick in until 2025. So there's a little bit of time, but it's a big hit to a lot of your fellow cities and towns.
Then a couple other ones I just want to point out, the local food for home consumption, or as we all affectionately called it, the tamales bill, will be back. We anticipate it being back. And then you all know this better than probably we do. 2024 is an election year, so we'll have a U.S. Senate race. We'll have all of the legislature up again. And not to be political, but our U.S. Senate race is probably going to be one of the top 3, top 4 in the country. And so I think that that's going to heighten everything in 2024. You also has, as Doug mentioned, the legislature has a 1-seat majority for Republicans, and so that's going to be a battleground as well. And so I would suggest, recording everything on TV, because there's going to be so many ads on TV for political
So you
ads.
can fast forward through it all.
Yes, you can fast forward through it all, because there's gonna be just an incredible amount of money poured into the state because of that just situation happening.
And of course, your congressional race down here, Congressman Ciscomani, that's also a targeted race along. Arizona has 3 targeted races, this being one, and then Schweikert, and then Eli Crane. So Arizona's going to be really busy on the national stage.
Yep. And then 2024 ballot propositions that are out there. There's a minimum wage that has taken out papers to seek signatures. We're looking, and then there's also the open primary that will be filing here shortly. There's an access to abortion one that has been, I know, been getting a lot of press, that's already been filed. And then what'll be interesting is how the legislature reacts to some of those filings. And to just go back really quick, in order to get a citizen or a constitutional amendment, it's 383,000 signatures. And over the years, the legislature has passed a number of bills that make it, that many of these initiatives have not survived the legal challenges for the signatures. And so it'll be really interesting to see how many of these that have filed will be successful to be on the ballot. But I expect a reaction from the legislature if it looks like some of those citizen initiative measures are getting headwinds to be successful, that they will refer kind of countermeasures as well as the anticipation.
And remember, all the roadblocks have been added. It's now on a citizen initiative requires strict compliance, which is a lot higher standard than it would be under previous law. So with that, Mayor and Council, the state is safe. The legislature is adjourned, and we'll look forward to being here next year. But we really appreciate working with all of you, and hope to see most of you next week at the League of Cities and Towns, but here at Star Pass next week.
And I just want to say, I know Andrew's going to do some thank yous, but I know Doug and I want you to know how much we appreciate Andrew and what he does to help us at the legislature, because I know many times I call him with my hair on fire about trying to get an answer for something that is very timely, and he is very great about navigating and finding answers and getting us the right people to have the conversations and getting people to come up to help us with those conversations. And so I really want to say thank you to Andrew, and for every one of you that's ever answered a call from Andrew, trying to seek answers. We can't do this without you. And so thank you all. And as I say every year, council members, mayor, we love it when you come up. And we would love to have you. And I know many of you are going to the League of Cities Conference that's happening next week. So I know Doug and I will both be there, and we look forward to spending some time with y'all.
Well, I just want to thank you, Kathy and Doug, for all of your work that you do up in the state legislature, up in Phoenix, Maricopa County, all the work that you've been able to help us accomplish for the city of Tucson. I know that you have so much experience up there, and people really trust what you have to say. So you represent the city of Tucson really well, and I appreciate everything that you do for us. So, as well as Andrew, I don't think there was a day that went by that Andrew didn't call my wonderful chief of staff, Charlene Mendoza, to say, we need an answer for this. So it's all incredible work that we do together, and some issues that we couldn't work on were the bigger issues, right? Like the educational and the empowerment scholarships that concern so many public school parents like me. So good work. And Andrew, if you wanted to add any commentary to the presentation.
I also just want to thank Kathy and Doug, who again, I have the pleasure to work with every year on these bills and everything at the legislature. I'm very grateful to them. I also want to in turn thank city staff, again, from the city manager and the manager's office, the attorney's office, the clerk, and just through the departments. That, it's so important to be trustworthy and have good information and data, in addition to expertise and perspective on all the different issues that find their way into the 1,800 pieces of legislation that are introduced every year. And just I'm always grateful and to our staff and to the departments, the directors, for the information, the feedback that they provide in a timely manner all the time, so that, again, that we can continue to advocate on behalf of Mayor and Council's priorities at the legislature. And then one last thank you. I'm always awed by the effort and just the work, dedication that our Tucson area legislative delegation puts into this work. We have some wonderful representatives from our area who, again, are our shared constituents, and they work very hard. They do a lot, and they leave their families for long periods of time to go up to the legislature and represent Tucson. And I'm very thankful for them. They reach out to us, they listen, and they just do an incredible job advocating for Tucson, Pima County, and Southern Arizona. And then one last thing, each year at the end of the session, I try to give a special shout out to legislators who will be leaving from our delegation. And so just real quick, I know many of you know Minority Leader Cano. Andres Cano represented areas around downtown, the west side, U of A area for a number of years at the legislature. Even before becoming minority leader this last session, it was just a strong advocate for the mayor and council's priorities, in particular housing, and just a number of issues to fight for education and a number of the different priorities that this council shares. He's leaving to do his graduate studies back east, and we will miss him. And I just wanted to just give a kind of formal thank you to him as he goes on to do different things, and thank him for his efforts on our behalf.
Yeah, thank you so much for reminding me of that, because our elected officials, our delegation that we sent up to Phoenix, are so attentive to the positions that the city of Tucson takes, and really, like you said, give a lot of their time and their family time and their pay and et cetera to represent us up in the state legislature. And I'm so appreciative of their work and the quality relationship that Doug and Kathy and you, Andrew, have been able to build with our delegation. So I hear nothing but wonderful things about the work that you all do. And a big recognition to Minority Leader Cano. And I want to congratulate him for his next adventure and the educational opportunity of being able to get his master's at Harvard. It doesn't come by often, so I absolutely understand why he chose to attend such a prestigious university. And by the way, he's been serving the residents of Pima County since he was 14 years old. So really appreciate the work that he did on behalf of Tucsonans up in the state ledge. And I want to welcome Betty Villegas as his replacement, because she has equal service to our community, dedication to all of the issues that we care about here in Tucson. So I want to give her a big welcome. And then lastly, I want to celebrate the more than $16.5 million that was budgeted for both the Drexel Road Bridge and our own TPD Real-Time Crime Center, because we had not seen ever, I don't think we had ever seen that. Doug, Kathy, you have more experience with the budget. I don't think we had ever seen the city of Tucson getting any funds for anything. As a matter of fact, I think they took money from us.
That's usually the case, Mayor. We've been representing the city since, we're on our 23rd year now, and we were laughing about, well, how do we onboard this money? And Andrew and I and Kathy spent a lot of time talking to DPS and Department of Transportation, and it was Representative Cano that was instrumental in getting the Drexel Road Bridge money on how do we actually get the money, because it's never happened before.
Absolutely. So I feel very good about, you know, the relationships that we continue to build, and hopefully at the League of Cities and Towns, we will have additional conversations on what the city of Tucson is doing regarding affordable housing and unsheltered homelessness, and kind of share our experience with not just our delegation, but other state representatives that want to, you know, learn from what we're doing, so that we can avoid those preemption bills that want to actually serve for affordable housing sake. So I have a question regarding the SCR 1006. Can you further explain that general election referral? I'm not getting it. And then the other one is the HCR 2033, which preempts local voters from determining method and manner of local elections.
Sure. If I may take 2023, that was a bill that was introduced by Austin Smith, who represents the far western part of Maricopa County, who works for Turning Point Action Group. That would require that municipalities follow the primary model, where you have a primary election like you would for the legislature, where you declare yourself a Republican or a Democrat. The Republicans would vote, and the independents can pick which ballot they pick, and also vote in those elections. And then whoever makes it out of that, if it's a one vacancy office, then the Democrat and the Republican, or if there's a third-party candidate that's recognized, such as the No Labels Party now, or the Libertarian Party, that are now recognized parties by the state, then more than likely just those two would then proceed to a general election.
So is this to counter the open primary?
No, there's actually another one that's on the ballot that they have passed. It is a level of that
Preemption.
preemption on that. That's correct. And if there's, to that point, Mayor, it's when the open primary initiative is filed, because it's still being worked on. There's a lot of details that they haven't landed on yet, but they'll both be on the ballot if the signatures are verified. And your city attorney, who knows this stuff a lot better than I do, whatever sections are conflict, if they both pass, the initiative that, or the referendum that got the most votes, that section then prevails over the other initiative that conflicts with that section. I think I have that correct? Yes, City Manager? He's the expert, not me, but so I think there's probably a lot of calculations going into the open primary group on how to write that so carefully, recognizing what referrals are out there on the table.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question on that.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for a great report. On the state budget highlights, you mentioned $150 million for the Housing Trust Fund and $40 million for housing, shelter, and services. I assume that was part of the governor's budget that passed?
Yes.
Can you speculate as to whether a similar amount or perhaps more will be included in her budget for next year?
Well, we'll have to see what the revenue numbers come out, because the governor is required constitutionally to put a budget out within the first week of the legislature starting, and it has to be a balanced budget. So if the revenues continue to lag and have the slowdown that we've seen, I think it'll be difficult for her, at least her initial budget, to come out with additional dollars in it. And it kind of gets back to when we were in the recession of like, you have to steal from Peter to pay Paul to do some of those things. And so, so I know that there is a lot of interest, and I know that the governor's office has a lot of desire to put more money into that. We're just going to have to see where the budget numbers shake out for next year. But right now, when I've talked to legislative appropriation staff, they're expecting us to come in, right on the money of what was projected, and more likely having the state, and one of them was more dire and said up to $1 billion in the hole next year. I think that's a little over. We'll have to see how the rest of the year goes. But 2 months ago, the Joint Legislative Budget Committee comes out with revenue numbers with a monthly fiscal highlight. 2 months ago, it was looking like we were for sure going to be $500 million in the hole. And so we've since, and I think Doug's got it pulled up here, he might be able to add, we've kind of dug out of that hole a little bit, but sales tax and income tax are down from what was projected. And so we'll just have to see how the rest of the year goes, of if there is available money to put money into some of those priorities.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, Representative, Councilmember Dahl. As you remember, before Ducey left, they made the individual income tax a flat rate at 2.5%, and this is the first year that's totally kicked in. So the individual income tax collections are down. They're even down below projections. They knew that they would go down. And what's even more telling, though, is sales tax has been very anemic and very unpredictable. And has come in for the last, I think, 4 months now below projections. The thing that is keeping the state afloat is corporate income tax, okay? It is, last month it was up 44% above projections. So the economic development that you all have done down here and across and other municipalities across the state is paying off in corporate income tax, but sales tax and individual income tax been very anemic in underperforming.
As much as I would like to continue talking about this, we have other items on the agenda that we have to move forward. Thank you so much, Doug and Kathy, for coming to present to us. Really appreciate your presence, your knowledge, and Mr. Manager, did you wanna?
Mayor, I just wanted to take just 30 seconds and really reinforce something that both Doug and Kathy mentioned, and that's the value that Andrew Greenhill brings to this. I think he thanks everybody, but very few people thank him. So I wanted to make sure that he's acknowledged, not only in terms of the steady hand by which he guides all of us, but also the commitment to really looking out for Tucson. So Andrew, thanks for your energy and effort on that. Right.
Absolutely, you're here. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Thank you. We really need to wrap it
Real
up.
quick before they go, do you have an estimate on where you, wait, real quick, because you mentioned the flat tax, do you have an estimate on how that's going to affect us?
I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
We had heard roughly a $25 million hit on us. Is it still that number?
I can just give you the gross revenues for the state. I can't drill down standing up here just for the city of Tucson. Yeah, but that's about it's individual income tax is about 11.8% lower than July of 2022. Okay, which is $7 million below the forecast.
Thank you, Doug, Kathy, really appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. We're going to move on to item 7. Time has been set aside for a discussion and direction regarding the independent economic analysis for Project Orange, also known as Home Depot. This item is also on this evening's regular agenda. And then we're going to do both, item 7 and item 8. Time has been set aside for discussion direction regarding the independent economic analysis for Project Rita. This item is also on this evening's regular meeting agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to turn it over to Barb. As you mentioned, this is not on for action, just for information purposes and for you to provide feedback, and we are going to take both items together. That'll make us move a little quicker. Thanks, Mayor. Barbara?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. We do have the results of the economic impact analysis for Project Orange for your review. I'll start with that one first. This project is planned for Phase 2 development at Houghton Town Center, and once completed, the project is estimated to generate an overall annual economic impact of $19.3 million, or a total of $96.5 million over 5 years. The store plans to create 110 jobs with an estimated annual payroll of $5.9 million. This new retail store would generate an estimated $8.6 million in sales and property tax revenues directly to the city of Tucson over that 5-year period. The project could qualify for our site-specific sales tax incentive, valued at approximately $2.6 million over 5 years, and the direct revenues to the city then would far exceed the value of that sales tax reimbursement. Next steps would be to authorize staff to proceed with preparing a development agreement. That would be for your consideration on the meeting September 19. Then I'll go on and I'll share the results of the economic impact analysis for Project Rita for your review as well. Again, this is in your agenda backup, so you have all the details of the full reports there. This project, once completed, the retailer could generate an annual overall economic impact of $15.7 million, or a total of $78.5 million over 5 years. The store expects to hire an estimated 128 people with an estimated annual payroll of $3.8 million. This new first-to-market retail store could generate direct revenues to the city totaling an estimated $4.7 million over 5 years. And again, the site-specific sales tax incentive for this project valued at approximately $1.4 million over the 5-year term. The direct revenues to the city here far exceed the value of the sales tax reimbursement. And again, the next steps would be to authorize us to prepare that development agreement for your review, which would come back for your consideration on September 19.
So we're considering this item in the regular agenda, correct?
You will have a notice of intent to proceed if you decide to go forward.
Okay. So you don't need direction at this moment?
That's correct.
Okay. So I know this item is in Ward 4. These projects are both in Ward 4 and Ward 5. If there are any questions for these two items, I think we could consider them during regular session, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Alrighty, perfect. So Councilwoman Lee and Councilmember Fimbres, we will be able to further discuss these two projects during regular. So in the interest of time, I just want to thank Barbara Coffey for doing these presentations. Appreciate you informing Mayor and Council step by step with these projects, and I appreciate your work and your team's work on these items. Thank you so much.
Barbara.
We will see you during the regular session. Thank you so much, Barbara. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We are moving on to item 9. Time has been set aside to evaluate and recommend changes to the comprehensive operational analysis of our transit system, which includes SunTran, SunExpress, SunLink, and Sun Shuttle services. Mr. Manager, if you'd like to open the item.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. And this is the COA that you have, that is ongoing. It is an opportunity for you to provide feedback. There has been a lot of conversation, I've heard from some of you directly, regarding some of the recommendations. Keep in mind that the spirit and intent is to be very open and communicative on the process we're going through. So I'm going to have Sam go over the detail, but know that no decisions have been made, even though there is some rhetoric out there that might lead some to believe that. That is not the case. This is really an ongoing discussion. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Just have a brief statement to give you an overview of where we're at with the comprehensive operational analysis. or the COA, as it's commonly referred to. Those are performed routinely every 7 to 10 years to evaluate and improve transit operations. The last time the City of Tucson performed a COA was in 2012. Many of you may remember that some notable changes that came out of that study was the elimination of paper transfers, as well as combining routes 9 and 20 on Grant Road. The COA currently being performed is a 12-month project that began in October 2022, and as the title describes, includes evaluating SunTran, SunLink, Shuttle, and SunExpress. The plan is being developed as a budget-neutral plan with the focus on 3 areas: frequency and span improvements on a 1-mile grid, the reduction of reliance on transit centers, and also reconfiguring route alignments and frequencies to improve efficiency. Since the project kicked off, the project team has been very busy performing the following tasks: data collection, review of the existing conditions and services. We did hold our first round of public engagement, which I'll tell you the results of that, as well as developing draft recommendations. The first time we went out to the public, we really heard 2 main themes when we were asking what they wanted out of our transit system: more frequent service on our transit routes, and more weekend night service specifically. So not only more service on the weekend, but specifically more evening hours. So based on that, what we heard, we did develop some draft recommendations, and currently our project team is performing the final round of public engagement. That public engagement includes 19 events, which includes in-person open houses, virtual town halls, pop-up events, and we also have a survey that will be open until September 8th on our website, TucsonCOA.com. To date, we have a little over 1,200 results, so we are getting a good response from that survey. The public outreach has been focused on presenting draft recommendations to the public for input, and those draft recommendations include route changes, which includes service span and frequency, as well as realignment. Now, it's important to note, as the manager said, these are draft recommendations, and we are only collecting feedback at this time. We're not moving forward with implementation. After the final round of outreach, our project team will compile a report with the final recommendations based on the feedback that we're receiving, and ultimately we'll present those recommendations to Mayor and Council this fall for your review and consideration. Any implementation of service changes would likely take place over the following several months, and could also include public hearings if there are major service changes. And with that, Mayor, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the work that is being done with the comprehensive operational analysis. I appreciate the process that you've had so far, and I would say that there are some highlights on this as we're planning ahead, and still with the possibility of listening to the feedback and input of the community. A lot of people focus on, oh my God, they're, eliminating my route. But I think it's important that we also inform the community that there's some route elimination, but there are some routes that are being connected to others. So the educational, informational component is going to have to be very, very important. I would highly suggest that we continue doing that community engagement. There's going to be some events that probably your staff can attend. Sam, Ciclovia is coming in October. I'm not too sure exactly of the date, the 29th of October. There's also Fuga rides that there could be some outreach in. And then I would suggest that the routes that are being considered for elimination, that possibly we have some of your staff ride those routes so that there's information sharing and survey, and getting input from those riders that are in those routes. And so that most importantly, we hand appropriate information to the people that are concerned about route elimination. But what I do like about the comprehensive operational analysis is that the frequency service is something that we hear all the time regarding our transit service, that it has to be reliable and it has to, we have to be able to have a transit system that is moving on the weekends as well. People need to be able to rely on our transit system to go to school, to go to work, and being able to have that reliability is important. So I see that the draft proposal includes more 15-minute weekday service and more 30-minute weekend service within half mile for more people to use. Is that correct? Is the one of the goals of our COA is to improve the reliability and the frequency?
Mayor, that is correct. And that was based on the feedback that we heard during our first round of public engagement.
Alrighty, I want to open it up for my colleagues on the council for questions, concerns, or comments. Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I had to take my car in to get some work done yesterday, and I was like, I can drop it off and I'll just take the bus to the office. And it was like 3 miles away from the office. It was going to take me 46 minutes to get there. And I was like, that's not the best use of my time, so I called for a ride. But I think that's the frustration for us trying to move, on the west side, is not having that frequency or that like using transit because it can be efficient. I know that basically revamping our routes, and look, we've been talking about this, especially the two, like the southwest side system we had in place and the northern system, and trying to make it be one system that's working more cohesively. I know that some of the concerns that have been raised, and I think similar to what the mayor was saying, is that folks are focusing a lot on the routes that are going to be eliminated because we're not painting the picture of how people will still be serviced by this new configuration. So I think we need to do a better job of like, yes, if we eliminate this route, these are the 3 other alternatives for folks to still get around. So I think that's one thing that we need to be better at informing the public. For us, I know we've been talking about having a north-south route on the west side of the freeway to get around, but what I see in the plan is that it's coming at the expense of like Route 3, 5, and 21, that then is cutting off east-west connections from us. And then the frequency improvements are important, but I don't see that happening more on the south or the west sides as much. They're happening in other parts of the city. So how are we looking at the frequent, because we know that Pima Downtown and Pima West are some of our highest, and the Pima Desert Vista campus are our highest use stops. So how are we taking into account that they'll still, we want some frequency there. The other piece I've brought up in the past is having routes not go through neighborhoods. And so what then is the infrastructure that needs to exist in our main corridors so that buses don't have to cut through neighborhoods. And then I know that we have a lot of our seniors who use Route 21. Or are upset about that route being cut, and I know we've looked at that previously, but are there other alternatives for still serving them? Like, could we use on demand for some of these? Like, are there micro transit alternatives that we don't have to have a full-blown bus on that route? And is that an option? Just some of my thoughts.
Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, thank you for those comments. And to answer your question about microtransit, that is being considered as part of the COA, and certainly we can look at that as a potential to replace some of those connections we're talking about modifying through the draft recommendations. Thank you.
Can you expand on the micro transit?
Yes, Mayor, I'd be happy to. So we have two on-demand services that we currently operate in the city of Tucson, and they were a pilot program. We do see that they're operating well. The on-demand service allows for passengers within a certain area to call for a ride on demand and move within that service area. And so as the council member just mentioned, it allows for us to remove the 40-foot buses out of the neighborhoods and allow for that more neighborhood circulation for people that are just going from their home to the neighborhood grocery store and back again. And again, being able to eliminate the 40-foot buses from the neighborhoods and keeping them on our major thoroughfares. Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sam. Our climate plan calls for more investment in mass transit, and this study is looking at the constraints of our current budget, which I think it doesn't make for great planning. We need to make our bus system more appealing, not less. And in some ways, we're doing this with the proposed COA, but we're taking out some really important routes. The one down Glen, for instance, is it one? Once that's taken out, people have to walk potentially half a mile rather than a quarter mile to get a bus. There's lots of small apartments and low-income neighborhoods that are served by that, and lots of students who have chosen to live along a bus line to get to the U of A or to get to work. And it would be very impactful, and I would like you to look more at that impact. I think we should also be looking for other sources of funding, and one that really bothers me is there's $2 million in carbon reduction money sitting in PAG that they're using for non-carbon reduction items. Investment in our bus system definitely, as it gets people out of cars, reduces carbon, and that money should be used for the frequency that we need. Some of the adjustments of routes is fine, but eliminating whole ones on the principle that, if you walk a quarter mile, you can walk half a mile, that's not true for many people. And there's a lot of seniors and troubled areas along that route in particular. So thank you.
Any others? So I'm curious.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I didn't see your hand up, Paul. Go ahead.
Everybody knows what I'm about to say right now. And I think it's important to mention. One of the biggest disappointments in this COA was that Sunvan was left out of the analysis. I think in a lot of ways, first of all, the financial piece to Sunvan is connected to this transit system. And more importantly, that's the part of the system that's one, counterintuitive to what you believe. It's probably costing us the most, but it doesn't have to. And it could be run better so that the service delivery could improve. And there's models out there. So I'm going to push on this. I'm going to keep pushing on it. We want to be looking at that call for service model for Sunvan outside of thinking outside of what we know, and taking a look at different levels of call for service that you need, whether a person is needed paratransit or just adaptive transit. I think there's different options to go there, and I think we can figure out a way to do that and probably save some money and increase efficiency on the way. So that's my first piece. The second piece is all of us are going to come in and talk about the different routes in our neighborhoods that we're familiar with. That's just how this process always works. But what I'll say is that we've really got to concentrate on those routes, those route consolidations where the numbers just aren't there. If the ridership isn't there, and we can get a route where people don't have to wait 25 minutes between buses, then we should go for it. Look, man, I agree that every route's important for someone, and that's totally true. And eventually, maybe we'll bring some of those routes back. But in the meantime, to cultivate the ridership we're looking for, we've got to be able to allow people to have reliance on a system where they know that in the next, in the next 15 minutes or 10 minutes or less, another bus is going to show up, especially certain times of the day. So those are kind of some of the things I'm looking at. Ultimately, I think we're going to have a much wider discussion about airport shuttles, crosstown BRT, interconnectivity to the Sunlink system, and possibly a interconnectivity from downtown to the Keno Stadium area in partnership with the county. Also, with that Airport Express connectivity to the casinos and the VA and the city of South Tucson. So I think those conversations are probably what's going to drive this discussion over the next decade. But for now, I really want to see us build some numbers of elective ridership on a few routes. And I really want us to take a look at how we're doing Sunman and examine how some of the more alternative methods for paratransit exist in other parts of the country. So that's my input for today. I appreciate the work that the staff did on the COA. I know it's really hard work. I 19 different meetings and interacting, and you get a lot of different input. You get a lot of different input with multiple levels of engagement. So it's a really, really difficult task to distill that and find a happy medium on what we're trying to do moving forward. So I appreciate the work.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fibres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sam, thank you for your work. Can the COA process in terms of events, stakeholder meetings, applications, and the FTI would otherwise be explained, as well as the potential timeline?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I'd be happy to provide that information to you. As I mentioned, the project kicked off in October 2022. We've spent about half of this year working on the initial round of public outreach, the data collection, and the analysis of the existing conditions. And then the latter half of this year has been our final round of public engagement, as well as the development of the final report, with ultimately a recommendation to Mayor and Council later this year.
Anything else?
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Sam. You know, most of the ridership comes out of Ward 5, so let's make sure we protect those areas.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. What would be next? What's the timeline for the community to know and understand?
Yes, Mayor. So the important thing to understand is that we are continuing our public outreach through the rest of this month and the beginning of September. I will take the input that you gave us today and back to the project team, and we will work that input into our public outreach process. The most important thing is for those that have access to the website, TucsonCOA.com, that they go on there and they fill out the survey and they share their feedback and input. I know that we've received many comments either from your office or directly from constituents. Please keep those coming, because we're logging every single bit of input we receive, and that ultimately will go into our final recommendations. We expect later this year we will bring those back to Mayor and Council after we've had a chance to review all the input and dial in those final recommendations for your consideration.
So Sam, I understand that these operational analyses take time. I remember that the last time we did a COA was in 2012, and by the time that we instituted the changes, it was what, 2014, 2016? It took some time. So the public should understand that this particular process, the COA, is a data-driven and community-informed evaluation that helps the city of Tucson understand how well our transit system serves the public. And it's not just by happenstance that you all are looking at the routes. It's data-driven. It's by numbers, it's the usage, it's the needs of the community. But at the same time, we are still taking information and input and feedback from the community just so that they can share what we're not seeing in this data-driven approach. So I too believe that we really even though they're separate discussions, we should think about how the COA informs other discussions. For example, our fare free transit system, how it informs our RTA next and the needs there, how high capacity transit would potentially affect some corridors. There's a concept that we've been wanting to explore, which are transit corridors. How would it inform that? And of course, as we think about all of this, what are the long-term funding possibilities for our transit system? One last question. I'm curious about what changes people are responding positively to. I know that we hear a lot of concern on one end, but what are the changes that people are responding positively to?
Mayor, thank you for that opportunity. There's a few things that we've heard some positive feedback on. One is adding additional late night service on the weekends. Obviously, the frequency increases is always a positive feedback that we get. The other thing that we are looking at is tying origins and destinations to one another. And for example, one of the route changes ties Pima Community College West to Pima Community College East. And so theoretically, a student could go from one community college to the other on one bus, one route. So those types of changes we are getting a positive response on, and we're going to take that input into consideration as we finalize those recommendations. And to answer your earlier question about the timeline, you're correct in that some of these route changes will take time to implement. For example, some of these routes have to be changed in pairs, and so we have to make sure that we provide a timeline that makes sense. And so yes, they will take a better part of a year or longer to implement the full changes associated with the COA.
I don't see any other hands up from my colleagues, but Mr. Manager, did you want to add anything to this item?
No, Mayor, I think providing continued feedback from you all is going to be real important as we move forward. I think, as Sam mentioned, there's still a lot of dialogue to occur. We're excited about bringing that back to you at some point in the future.
Alrighty, well, thank you so much. I think we're gonna keep Sam at the table for our next item. We're moving on to item 12, which is time has been set aside for the Tucson Police Department and Department of Transportation and Mobility to provide an update on the combined efforts to reduce the number of crashes at intersections with a high frequency of collisions identified throughout the city. This is item 12. Mr. Manager,
Thank you,
welcome
Mayor.
to the table. Chief Casmar, thank you so much for joining us up here. And I really appreciate the collaboration between TPD and Department of Transportation and Mobility. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This is not an action item. This is an informational item for you, keep you abreast of some of the things that we are working on to help with some of the challenges we have out in the community. As you mentioned, this is a partnership between the Department of Transportation and Mobility and the Police Department. So as we move forward, I think you're going to see report updates periodically. I'm calling this a pilot program to test it and see how it works. And then we'll come back with some recommendations down the road. So Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Sam, I think, first, and then he'll turn it over to Chad.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. So last year, there were 99 traffic-related fatalities on Tucson roads. 35 of those occurred within a signalized intersection. And so when I assumed the role as transportation director last year, I knew that that was something that needed to be addressed immediately. So together, Chief Casmar and I started holding quarterly traffic safety meetings between our key staff because we knew that this is a partnership. Road safety is a three-legged stool: engineering, education, and enforcement. And I'm going to talk a little bit about engineering and education and then turn it over to the chief to talk about enforcement. Now, red light running, especially on left turns, can be deadly at intersections. Further, it can be dangerous for officers who observe these violations at the intersection to intervene. Together, our teams came up with an idea of implementing a red light indicator light program. The program involves installing a blue light on the mast arm near the traffic signal that is wired directly to the red arrow indication. When the red arrow is activated, the blue light will illuminate. This will alert both the driver and police officer that the red arrow is active. And I brought with you an actual prop today. This is one of the actual blue lights, and my assistant here is going to help me plug it in for you. Yep. And so this is the actual light that will be installed at the traffic signal intersections. You can see that there's only 2 wires, and the 2 wires connect to the actual signalized red arrow. And so when that red arrow is active, again, the blue light is activated. The FHWA has studied the application of these blue lights and have found that they have a crash reduction factor of 40%. Now, regarding education, together with TPD, we have created a public education campaign that includes a 30-second educational video that stars some of our staff in the video, and it will run on both local television networks and social media. We will also issue a joint media release that will provide the details of the program and an opportunity for the media to film the installation and interview public information staff from both offices about what we're doing with this program. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Casimir to discuss enforcement.
Thank you, sir. As Sam stated, this is really a continuation of putting the right work in the right hands, and you're seeing collaboration amongst different departments. So TPD along with DTM, really evaluating what's working in other communities, and let's bring some technology to our community to see if we can have a positive impact, and it's really that simple. Last year, we reconstituted motors. Last March of last year, they're a small but mighty motor division of 2 sergeants and 19 motorcycle officers, 3 of which who work evenings and weekends. They've had over 40,000 driver contacts that have resulted in citations and warnings. And while I do expect different activity from our patrol motors versus patrol officers, my call to action to the agency, and including myself, because I have the ability to conduct traffic stops as I do, is really to have the contact. I don't ask them to write a ticket, but I ask them to have the contact and educate the community on the driving behavior and the risk associated to running red lights. I'll remind Mayor and Council that there was a change in legislation at the state level that allows now motorcycles to split traffic when traffic is stopped. Of course, you see them splitting traffic when traffic is not stopped. But one of my big concerns has been, as also a motorcycle rider myself, is when we have so many folks running red lights, are we going to see an uptick in those motorcycle fatalities from motorcyclists, seeing the green light and going and then being struck by a vehicle? So the staff is responding. They're doing a great job. We're at 16,400 citations year to date this year, 6,000 warnings. That's a 10% increase year to date from last year in citations, and almost a 58% increase in warnings. So really proud of the work that's going out there. The intersection, why do we pick Grant and Craycroft? We obviously provided quite a bit of materials to Mayor and Council, but I just really wanted to reinforce the fact that the geographic area, the fact that that intersection divides 2 different patrol divisions, and while it's and travels through 2 different wards, depending on where you're traveling through that intersection as well. So it became really the perfect intersection to be a pilot for that. So at that, and I'm willing to answer questions as it stands.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Mr. Credo. Really appreciate it. So the first question that I think is important for us to be able to clarify for the community is voters in Tucson voted against our red light cameras, and there was legislation that was passed regarding red light cameras. Can you clarify what exactly this program is and what's the difference?
So, Mayor, members of the council, and of course, as this came forward, we had discussions about this. Those of us who were around in 2015 recall the Proposition 201 that was approved by the city's voters that you are referencing. These blue lights are not cameras. They're not traffic cameras. They don't take pictures of people who've run the red lights or who are speeding through an intersection, and they aren't used to prosecute a citation either for running a red light or for speeding without a human on-site enforcement agent. That is the fundamental difference between then and now. and nothing in this proposed pilot is contrary in any way to what the voters approved in 2015. This is simply a light that goes on so that the law enforcement officer can observe it from a position of safety instead of having to try and enforce a violation by himself or herself going through the intersection after someone else has already gone through the red lights. So it's an officer safety improvement, and as the chief already explained, an opportunity to educate the drivers about the risks of their driving behavior.
Thank you for the clarification, because I think that's the one question that all our offices are getting in terms of this program. And it is really important that we make sure that that information is out there and very clear for the community to know. Regarding the pilot program, when does it start? When does it end? And what is the goal of the pilot program?
Thank you, Mayor, for that question. We're looking at installation to begin, I believe, in 2 weeks. And then installation is fairly simple. It involves a bucket truck and a few of our folks to install the lights on the mast arm themselves. And then after that, I think we're looking at a 60-day evaluation period. And during that 60 days, we'll be working with TPD to evaluate, various metrics on whether or not we think that they're working. I'll turn it over to the chief in just a second. But one of the things that we're excited about is just bringing awareness to drivers that when the blue light's activated, that definitely tells you that the red light is activated. And so they're both going to know the red light's activated, but also wonder if there's an officer around looking, to enforce that. So we're really excited about the awareness this is going to bring to the public. And Chief, you want to add anything?
Sure, I'll just add, from 2017 through 2021, we saw a pretty steady increase of both collisions and injuries at this specific intersection. So we won't be just looking at this intersection, we'll be evaluating data at other intersections where these devices are not installed, and then also be talking with staff and asking if they, if it made them feel a little safer in that intersection and ability to make contacts and change driving behavior.
So will you be looking at the pilot program so that we could expand it to other areas of the city based on the crashes at separate intersections throughout the city? Is that what I'm hearing?
Go ahead.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, absolutely. So we know which intersections and which wards and which geographic areas in the city have both the highest counts of non-injury collisions and then more significant injuries and fatalities. And so that data set would be evaluated for where we place these in intersections.
Can you share that location with us now?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Fuentes, go ahead.
Can you share the location with us now? How many are in Ward 5? How many are in Ward 1? Ward 3? Ward 4?
Mayor, maybe I can help with
Mr.
some.
Manager.
Thank you. So first of all, and keep in mind that because this is new and we're going to be working through a variety of pieces of data that the chief just mentioned, our intent is 60 days, but please don't expect that on 61 days, I'm going to be able to bring something back to you. That's our initial look. We may decide to extend that. We will just do that based on the data and the feedback that we get from the staff. The other piece to it that I think is important is it's not just officer safety, but it's safety of the public and the motoring public as a whole, both in terms of more education about the left turn or the red arrow, but also when our officers are in the intersection, the ability for them not to have conflicts with, in terms of other motor vehicles. With regard to other locations, that's to be determined. I think that will be a function of the outcome of this particular program. Councilmember Fimbres, and so once we have that, happy to share that with everyone and really let you know what we're thinking. We want people to know what intersections we're watching because we want them to be safe. And so it's not a secret. It will be very much open and something that the public will have access to. Thank you, Mayor.
So these locations are going to be based on number of incidents that have occurred in these areas, right?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, it will be a variety of things, most of which will be those that you just mentioned, but there are other factors that we will incorporate, including feedback from the officers themselves that are tasked with keeping us safe.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Fimbres?
No, it's education, it's engineering, education, and enforcement. I'm troubled by the enforcement issue. But we need to have that too.
Absolutely, thank you. Just an additional question that I was going to ask. This particular pilot program and the data that we have is very specifically for the safety of our officers, also the safety of people using a vehicle. It really has nothing to do with pedestrian and bicycle safety, correct?
Mayor, that's an excellent question. So one of the things to keep in mind and why we selected left turns as for the pilot is that left turn collisions are where you typically see the vehicle pedestrian collision. You have a pedestrian walking at the crosswalk and a left turning vehicle. So that's why it's so critically important that when drivers have the red arrow, they're not blowing that arrow and crossing, because there could be a collision with the pedestrian. So it doesn't have nothing to do with pedestrians. There is pedestrian and bicycle safety that's part of this. I think overall safety of our drivers improves safety for all users.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for the clarification. And then how can we connect this pilot program to other safety initiatives within our transportation and mobility department? In other words, like, you know, I know that we've been wanting to install smart city technology throughout our city to make it safer for pedestrians and drivers. How does it connect to other initiatives that we have at DTM?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's an excellent question. So I think the partnership with TPD is important because they help us see a different side of things from the enforcement side and the behavior side of traffic safety. This initiative is exciting in that, you know, it's new to the city of Tucson, but it was really grown out of the work that they're doing in partnership. You know, as we start talking about adaptive signalization, there is a role in this as well. We're continuing to develop that technology and look for ways that we can apply adaptive signal technology to improve safety at all intersections, including communicating with the signals, better signal coordination for traffic-related purposes, and then any other safety benefits that we can identify. You know that we've been prolific with our installation of flashing yellow arrows, and that has been an initiative in which that we are prioritizing safety over everything else in terms of traffic operations at our signalized intersections. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to both of you. This is great. Anything that can improve climate safety, I'm all for it. I don't even think we need a pilot. Let's put them on all of our intersections now.
Councilmember Kozaczek.
Yeah, what do you expect to learn during the pilot? Why are we even calling it a pilot? Kind of similar to what Kevin's saying.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, I think it's important to get feedback before we spend $2,000 every intersection. We could look at every intersection that Sam's crew are putting up and changing yellows to yellow flashing, and we could say, hey, while we're there and the bucket's there, we're going to go ahead and put these devices up. But I think it's important to come back to you with some sort of, you know, we can't get to an evidence-based strategy if it's not evidence-informed to begin with, and we get some of the feedback from you as the council members that you're getting from community, and we get from our staff who's out there doing the work, be it Sam's team or my team, and to come back to you and say, hey, we think this is a good investment at scale. But you bring up a good point, sir, in that one intersection in 60 days is probably not going to give us the feel that we need, and we might need to do several intersections throughout the geographic areas to get a better feel.
Well, I guess I would say for $2,000 is a drop in the bucket if we're saving somebody's life, and it absolutely has to do with people having to sprint out of a crosswalk when someone's making that left while they're trying to cross, or a bike rider while the car's looking straight ahead and they blow through the light, and all of a sudden you're hitting a bike rider as well. It's everybody who's using the intersection. And I guess I'm also wondering why we're not targeting the intersections where we used to have the red light arrows. I mean, not red light arrows, the cameras. Because those were identified back in the day before the voters said no to them as intersections where we're having a lot of crashes. And so, I mean, I say it's go time for these things because we're on a record-setting pace for killing people in cars, whether they're drivers or they're bike riders or they're pedestrians. And anything we can do to make our intersections more safe, and we know where the bad ones are, let's do it. Let's go. And if somebody's going to call a ward office and say, I don't like the blue lights, the question is why? Because you like running through red lights? I'm totally on board with the program and hope that we advance this as quickly as possible.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Alrighty, we are going to move on to the next item. There's no direction that you need. Thank you so much for the information. Thank you for the partnership between TPD and DTM. I'm looking forward to hearing what the results are. I know that you're going to be taking a look at what you learn from it and if it is going to be a good investment. I respect the will of voters, but when those red light cameras were voted down, in those same intersections where we had the cameras is where we saw 68% increase in crashes. So obviously they worked, but hopefully this particular and very simple, innovative step forward for safety is something that we can replicate in the city. Thank you all. And Sam, please do not go anywhere. Stay put. Stay put. We are moving on to item 13. Time has been set aside to continue the discussion on the development of the draft Regional Transportation Authority sales tax extension. This item will, I think, Mr. Manager, you will be leading, and as well as Mr. Sam Credio from our Director of Transportation and Mobility. I just wanted to introduce the item just to kind of set the tone as to what has been talked about at the RTA board meetings. As you all very well know, my role as mayor is that I serve as well on the RTA board and the Pima Association of Governments Regional Council. I represent your voices there. And I wanted to take this opportunity to report back on the direction that the RTA board gave to RTA staff, as well as the Technical Management Committee and the Citizens Advisory Committee. Pima County Supervisor Rex Scott made a motion that was seconded by Sahuarita Mayor Tom Murphy. It was a unanimous vote. And the motion had three main components. One, that the RTA board will allow the CAC to work in partnership with the TMC until December 6th, 2023. We gave directions to prioritize projects using updated cost estimates, because since the cost estimates were first procured, building anything is a different world now. So we asked all of the jurisdictions to go back and get updated cost estimates, because why work on something with outdated cost estimates? And that the half-cent sales tax rate be used to determine the amount allocated to each of the elements and sub-elements of the RTA plan. Also, we suggested that we use a pessimistic economic forecast because of what we've heard in terms of our economy. It's volatile. There's a possibility of movement in terms of our economy, and we want to have the most pessimistic economic forecasts so that we can start our work on. And then, of course, third, the board agreed to set the election date for the spring of 2025, which gives additional time for the Technical Management Committee as well as the Citizens Advisory Committee to put together a realistic plan and to have community engagement. So We are requesting clarification from the Arizona Department of Transportation about the acceptable uses of the $2 million annually for 5 years designated for the carbon reduction program. So this is going to be a total of $10 million. I think, Councilmember Dahl, you brought this $2 million of carbon reduction programming that the Pima Association of Governments administers. So I will make sure that I follow up with PAG staff in terms of, I think there was commentary about a committee making decisions of what to do with this $2 million annually for carbon reduction programming. That is it. That's the extent of the direction given to staff. And I know that, Mr. Manager, you have additional input to give on this item.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this is really an opportunity for us to rethink the approach that we've taken anyway in terms of generating our priorities and generating our projects for inclusion in RTA Next. When you look at the significant increases in costs associated with the RTA Next program, I think that when you start looking at having to cut back on the corridor projects and you start going through all the energy and effort to do that, it really begs the question about the approach, or at least to question the approach. And so what I've asked Sam to do is go back and look at all of our asks with regard to the needs that we have that are based on Move Tucson, based on feedback from you, from the public, from the CAC, and from staff, and develop a list of priorities. And so what I'd like Sam to do is talk a little bit about the process he's following. I'm hoping to have a draft to you within the next 30 days or so. Please keep in mind that that's a lot of work, although a lot of work has been done. The idea is to bring back and have an iterative conversation with you, ultimately leading to a recommendation that would be presented to the RTA and all of the committees that, Mayor, you outlined, as well as the CAC and TMC. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, members of the council. So you may remember that we've been working on this for quite a while now, and many of you remember the list of projects that we submitted to the RTA as our ask for, and mainly they were corridor projects. And at the time, I believe we were limited to a $600 million estimate. And as the manager mentioned, we're now finding that many of the projects are coming in much higher than we had anticipated in terms of cost estimates. Also, since that time, we've gone through a lot of review of those projects and in terms of priority, and some of those projects have fallen off the list. So what we're going to do now is actually take a fresh look at our needs as a community, and it may very well include many of the projects that have currently been discussed as part of RTA Next plan development, but we're also going to look at many other opportunities consistent with what we heard in Move Tucson, consistent with what we heard as we briefed many of you on our needs in RTA Next, and also, as the manager mentioned, on our staff recommendations. Now, I think that it's timely that we were discussing the COA earlier this afternoon, because the comprehensive operational analysis is also going to identify some needs when it pertains to transit service. And so we will certainly include transit service as a priority on that project list. Again, not constraining ourselves just to corridor projects, but really the projects that are needed citywide in totality. And so that's the exercise we're going through right now. We are going to take into account the rankings that both the TMC as well as the CAC have done, because I think that it's important to take that into consideration. And then we will, as quickly as possible, make sure that we present a draft with all of you, so that way we can obtain further input before we present that draft plan to the RTA. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. And Mayor, members of council, so the idea, very simplistically, is to identify the needs / priorities of the city of Tucson, all-inclusive. I think what's happened is when you look at the corridor projects and then you try to look at the categorical elements, safety, environment, transit, et cetera, and you're not able to really identify what the priority of those elements are with regard to the corridors. And so what I've said is that that's not working for us. So what I've asked Sam to do is go through and identify the priorities all-inclusive, and not necessarily ignore, but not focus on the various components and sub-elements. When we're finished, we'll go back and have a project list that has project, estimated cost, and then what categorical element it falls into, whether it's corridor, transit, safety, environmental, et cetera. And then that becomes an opportunity for you to weigh in on priorities and really look at it holistically, which I don't think we've really done yet. And I think that this is an opportunity. Lastly, what I will do is, working with Sam and his team, is identify what the allocation of cost is or revenue that the city of Tucson would be generating. And there's differing ways to do that, so I'll bring back some ideas and thoughts. But ultimately, the amount of those projects will equal that we can present and say, here is what the allocation to the city of Tucson should be, and there's round numbers, and here's our methodology for that. And it gives you then an opportunity to have conversation about where that line is based on the overall budget. So that's just to let you know where we're headed. Want to make sure that you are in the loop on that, make sure that we are doing it in a way that meets with your approval as a team, and making sure that you understand. And if you see any flaws in the way that we're approaching this, sure would like to hear that now as we're going through that exercise now. Thank you, Mayor. That's all. We'd be happy to answer questions.
Mr. Manager, I think it's a brilliant idea to just put a package together that we need. My colleagues on the RTA board and I have been having discussions in terms, really like hitting our heads against the wall in terms of all of our needs. And I believe that, I think we were doing it all wrong in terms of like, okay, give us, staff were telling us, give us your priorities for corridors, and let's focus on that, and let's not focus on anything else. And that obviously was not working for the city of Tucson. So I think it is based on the direction that the RTA board has given, I think it is the most appropriate time to hit the reset button and basically put a package together for the city of Tucson based on what our needs are. And to paraphrase my dear friend, Mayor Honey from Marana, he really has said many times on the board that Marana should be able to get the projects they need, like new roads, freeway exchanges, while the city of Tucson should get the projects we need, including modernization and investing in maintenance of existing RTA roads, as well as including transit and pedestrian and bicycle safety infrastructure in our cities. So I just think that is a perfect time to hit the reset button, to put together a plan in all categoricals that really will work for the citizens of the city of Tucson. I would love for transportation and mobility, when you're putting that plan together, to take into account the recommendations from Move Tucson, from what we're hearing our Citizens Advisory Council is saying, and what input we have received so far in terms of our mobility in the city of Tucson. So I absolutely believe that this is the best place to move towards. I think that we can reach a place where each jurisdiction is able to get what they need. It also doesn't need to be exactly right. Marana has different needs than Tucson, and Sahuarita has different needs than potentially Pima County or South Tucson. So yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that It's could possibly resolve some issues that we've been stuck in with the RTA conversations, and I think it's just the best place to go. On that, I know I had asked this before at the RTA board, but does the city of Tucson have new cost estimates for the projects that we're looking at?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you for that question. And yes, we are finalizing those discussions with the RTA staff. We've met, I believe, 2 times now, and our final meeting is later this week to finalize those cost estimates. And what the conversation has been with the consultant and the staff is just making sure that they're accurately reflecting the scope of work that we envisioned for those projects. And as we've discussed multiple times, those cost estimates are coming in sometimes double what we had thought before. We have not seen the cost estimate package in totality for the whole program. We expect at some point in the near future, either the TMC or the RTA board will be able to review those numbers collectively for all the projects.
Any questions, comments? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Manager and Director Credio, this sounds great. I'm on board with the pathway that you're describing. Do you need a motion or more than a go for it from us? What's your pleasure?
Mayor, a motion that says go for it would be really awesome.
Let me see if I can be a little more formal. I move that we direct the city manager and his staff to proceed with the recommendations they've made in regards to the RTA.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
Councilmember Kozaczek?
Couple things. First of all, I think it's great that the RTA is finally accepting the reality that the costs involved are excessive. Every IGA that we sign with them for adding new funding, though, still contains the clause in there that the host jurisdiction is responsible for any cost overruns. I mean, that language is still there. We just approved one 2 weeks ago for when they added $3 million for design of something or other. But we're still, according to those IGAs, on the hook for the cost overruns. So this is really important. The whole linear approach to, as the mayor pointed out, let's figure out the roadways first and then we'll start chipping away at the categorical, simply isn't working because the priorities of the jurisdictions there are vastly different. And as is correct, I continue to believe that unless and until we're all willing to scale back our lists, then we'd be better off, excuse me, asking our own voters to take our half-cent and fund Move Tucson as our own 20-year plan. But let's give this a shot. We still have the challenges built into the processing, process that the mayor and you all at the table have to go through, and that is the challenges with sort of who's driving the conversations. When the PAG Regional Council met a couple of months ago to approve the overall work plan, it was passed on an 8-to-1 vote, and the mayor was the lone holdout. And the reason for that is something that Kevin brought up earlier, and that is that Mayor Honey didn't want to get into the details of the plan. One of the details of the plan was about $6.5 million earmarked for the carbon reduction. But none of the programs that were in the overall work plan had anything to do with instituting new programs that really focused on carbon reduction. And when the mayor tried to get into those details, Honey shut him down, and we lost over 50% of the population in the region lost that vote 8-to-1. That's simply wrong. So we have to get our arms, so kudos to the mayor for trying to point out the details that, oh, by the way, doing what we're doing already is not responsive to the $6.5 million we're wanting to invest in carbon reduction. But again, 52% of the regional population lost 8-to-1. That's simply wrong, and we have to get our arms around the dynamics of how the conversation at the table is going. When we voted back in February-ish about the whole notion of getting more representation in the Citizens Action Committee and all that. The purpose was to reflect proportional representation on the council. We thought we might have chipped away, but certainly delivered a message to them, and evidently that didn't fly. So thank you for your vote on that. The reality, though, is we still seem to be treading water on how the regional population and tax base is represented in those votes. And I hope that this approach sends the message that if you all don't want to play ball this way, then we still have this other option off to the side.
Any other comments? I see Paul, Councilmember Cunningham, your hand is up.
Steve covered a lot of what I was gonna drop in about. One of my bigger issues with this particular item is that I'm glad that the RTA is willing to adapt. Or actually, I guess my real question is the RTA willing to adapt? I'm glad that we're willing to hit the reset button. I'm glad that they're giving us some flexibility on what our ask is. I think at the beginning of this process, we were literally asked to just find projects that you need. Like it didn't even make any sense. We weren't bulging at capacity. Our immediate needs were maintenance and pavement preservation, and they still are. And by the way, if the majority of the money for RTA projects in this next go around is for pavement preservation, so be it. I'm not really going to have an issue with that, but it needs to be on top of the 3 projects that we lost. So I want to make sure that's decided right away. Also, I want to make sure that those 3 projects that were pushed to RTA next, or the 2 projects that will end up being pushed to RTA next, are in phase 1 and are automatic. The next piece I want to talk about is I agree with Steve about the weighted voting piece. Still wants a little bit more assurances. I don't need to control 50% of the majority, but I'd like to give the city a little bit more lead on some of the stuff we're doing. Some of these projects that each community is talking about are projects that allow commuting in and out of the city, and that's fine, but I think that's a big piece. The last thing I'm going to bring up is incorporation. One of the issues that I have with the RTA is I'm not sure if it's supportive for incorporation, and that's something that, as a core value, is really important to me. So while I understand the importance of this infrastructure go around, and I want to be a team player, and I want the city of Tucson to get what it's due and get that investment, I think it's important to discuss incorporation and how the incorporated areas can use these monies to leverage kind of their own development. I think that should be a big priority here.
Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, I just want to make sure that I'm clear in my commentary. This is not an RTA flexibility conversation. This is about our approach to this. So I don't want to, Councilmember Cunningham, I don't want you thinking that the RTA has adopted this spirit of flexibility. I'm not sure they have or they haven't. What I'm really doing is presenting to you an approach that I think can work for us that ultimately can be presented to the RTA. Thank you.
And it's an approach I very much appreciate and support.
Yeah. No, it's a perfect time to hit the reset button and try and find what investments are important to us based on the sales tax production that we will be able to put on the table, on the regional table, regarding how much sales taxes our residents produce in the city of Tucson. So it could be helpful in the discussion if all jurisdictions do something very similar based on what they feel their jurisdictions produce in terms of sales taxes. So I would encourage my colleagues on the RTA board to do something similar to what we're doing. We're putting together our needs based on the input and feedback from the community, based on what mayor and council envisions our investments to make. And so I appreciate and look forward to this iteration of how we put our priorities together. Any others on the council want input?
One quick
Vice Mayor.
question. If Vail chooses to incorporate, are they automatically a member of PAG and therefore the RT, or is there a process that has to happen?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, I don't think we can answer that. We'd have to look at that. I just don't know. We'd have to look at what that looks like.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Let's go to roll call.
Mixana Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. We have to go back to item 10 because we skipped that and we just completely forgot it. But for the record, item 10, this item has been continued to September 6th at the request of staff. We then move on to, we did 14. Item 15, does anyone have any items for future agendas?
Sorry, that should be any items to remove from the consent agenda.
Oh.
Sorry, that's a mistake.
So item 15 is discussion on regular agenda. Does anyone have any items to remove from consent agenda?
I do, Mayor. I would like,
City Manager?
with your indulgence, I'd like to move item 7F to the next meeting, please. I'd like to have some more conversation around that. It is the amendment to the plastic waste diversion agreement. I'd like to move that
Could
to
it
a
be
future.
next meeting or whenever it's
I
ready
just to a
go?
future meeting.
To a
so
future
that's
meeting,
my-
absolutely.
thank
Okay.
you.
So item 7F.
Yes, ma'am.
Any others? Alrighty, item 16, does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular session begins at 5:30 PM. Hold on. Let me just make sure of the time. Yes, 5:30 PM. The study session the next study session will be Wednesday, September 6th. Thank you all so much. We will see you at 5:30 PM. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Fimbres. We're
for
adjourned,
the
right?
October 17th Mayor and Council meeting, I am requesting time to be set aside for the Mayor and Council to receive an update on the City of Tucson's P card program, and an update on the City of Tucson's poverty area stress report.
Yes,
Already sent the
Councilmember
memo.
Fimbres, we did see that memo that you forwarded to us. We will absolutely try and find time which agenda, which meeting is appropriate. Thank you. We'll see you at 5:30 PM.
Bye-bye.
Session. All righty. Roll call, Ms. Clerk.
Ms. Santa Cruz? Here. Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Mr. Dahl? Here. Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres?
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Philip Cruz of Rincon Mountain Presbyterian Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here to pray for you, and just want you to know that we pray for the City Council throughout the year for each of you. And as you've been kind to extend an invitation to me to come, I would extend the same invitation to you to come visit Rincon Mountain anytime you'd like. Let's pray. Father, as we come into your presence, we come to you, Almighty God, asking that you would provide your blessing upon this meeting and upon those who are in attendance. Lord, there are a number of issues that our city council and mayor have to deal with regularly that are of heavy weight and have significance for our city. And our prayer is that you would guide them, that you would grant them wisdom from above, that you would cause them to seek the best for the city, and that in their work they would find great joy, that they would find pleasure in seeking you and seeking your will for the city of Tucson. We're thankful, Lord, that you have appointed these men and women as leaders over this city. You are the one who has placed them in their office. May they carry out their duties and know your care for them as they do so. Lord, would you give them insight into the needs of the city? dealing with people all the way from the homeless to those who are in the workforce, to those who are seeking work, those who are getting education, those who are serving in the military. Lord, help them in all of their deliberations and give them the strength that they need to carry out their tasks. And I pray all of this in Jesus' name. Amen.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Cruz, for gracing us with your presence. Item 2C.
Your Honor, before we go to item 2C, I need to announce that council members Cunningham, Lee, and Fimbres are appearing at this meeting through electronic means, and therefore all votes will be taken by roll call.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Alrighty, we are going now to 2C.
Presentations.
Alrighty, so today we're going to present the USSV I-2023 National Submarine Veterans Convention Award to Mr. Buck Crouch, Martin Ortiz, and Dennis Odieg. Are they here present? They are. Let me go join you all. And I'm so sorry, it's the USS 6 2023 National Submarine Veterans Convention Award. So let's read the proclamation. On behalf of the City of Tucson and the Office of the Mayor, I proclaim, whereas the City of Tucson proudly recognizes and honors the United States Submarine Veterans, Inc., USS 6, for their dedication, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to our great nation. And whereas it is with great pleasure that we extend our warmest welcome to the esteemed members of the USS 6 as they gather in our city for the USS 6 2023 National Convention, scheduled to take place from August 28th through September 3rd, 2023. And whereas this convention serves as a momentous occasion for submarine veterans from across the country to come together, celebrate their shared experiences, and commemorate the invaluable service they have rendered to our nation, and whose creed is to perpetuate the memory of our shipmates who gave their lives in the pursuit of their duties while serving their country. That their dedication, deeds, and supreme sacrifice be a constant source of motivation towards greater accomplishments. And whereas the USS 6 2023 National Convention serves as a platform for veterans to reconnect with fellow submariners, fostering camaraderie and strengthening the bonds formed through their shared experiences. And whereas it is important to acknowledge the significant contributions made by submarine veterans who have bravely served aboard these vessels, operating in the depths of the world's oceans, safeguarding our freedom and protecting our national security. And whereas the City of Tucson recognizes and admires the commitment of the Submarine Veterans of Tucson, a local chapter of USS 6, for its tireless efforts in supporting submarine veterans, promoting their welfare, and preserving the legacy of their service. And some more. And whereas the Submarine Veterans of Tucson have demonstrated exceptional dedication to our schools and community, engaging in various initiatives to educate the public about the vital role played by submarine veterans and their contributions to our nation's defense. And whereas the City of Tucson is deeply grateful for the Tucson Submarine Veterans Organization's commitment to community service, demonstrated through their active involvement in veterans activities, volunteering, and supporting educational events. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, do hereby proclaim our sincere appreciation to the United States Submarine Veterans, Inc., for choosing Tucson as the host city for their USS 6 2023 National Convention. We commend the submarine veterans for their exceptional service, selflessness, and unwavering dedication to our country. I further extend our gratitude to the Tucson Submarine Veterans Organization for their continued efforts to preserve the legacy of submarine veterans and for their outstanding contributions to our community. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the official seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 22nd day of August, 2023. Congratulations and thank you so much. Would you like to say something? Thank you so much.
Thank you, I really appreciate it, thank you.
Do you want to say something?
We'd like to thank the council and the city and everyone else that's supporting us. We're expecting a very good convention this year. We're having over 425, 450 veterans from all over the United States and even some from overseas. And we look forward to having a great convention and appreciate all your support. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mhm. Thank you.
Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 249 dated August 22 is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I'd move that we approve Doug Jennings to the ESAC Commission.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Before we take our vote, I would like to thank Doug Jennings for your willingness to serve the City of Tucson and the residents of the City of Tucson and your dedication of service for our community. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes 7-0. Item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 250 dated August 22nd is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. I do know that we usually have council members having to report at this time. What I'll do is that I'll start with our virtual colleagues and open it up there and then come over here to the live audience. So any of my colleagues have a summary of current events to report?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On August 17th, at the Ward 5 Council, I was Commander Jose Hernandez of American Legion Oyeme Post 125. The leadership and members formally presented me with my hat and vest reviews as a member of Post 125. President Commander Hernandez, Pastor Gene Chuning, and the leadership and those present for this wonderful ceremony. I'm honored and was touched by the presentation. In return, I gave them, each of them, a Ward 5 Medallion of Hope, and Ward 5 Military Coin of Freedom for their service. August 17 marked another win for the Sister Jose's Women's Center with the dedication of expanded laundry room facility with new machines, which is intended for women who are unhoused in our community. Mark Kerr, the chief of staff, my chief of staff, represented me in Ward 5. This great event. Mayor Romero was there. Thank you, Regina, as well as Eddie Barone, representing Council Member Nate Santa Cruz, and Cynthia Lopez representing Councilwoman Nikki Lee. Chief Vega was presented with the Mayor of Ward 5 Hope and the Ward 5 First Responders Coin, and appreciate for her work and commitment. Gina had the privilege to also meet Pope Francis recently, received the Lumen Christianity Award. quite an honor for Jean. Congratulations. The team and staff of Sister Jose, who in the latest win and their continued work to help house women in our community. And yes, on Sunday, August 20th, Tucson celebrates 248th birthday, Madam Mayor. Happy birthday, Tucson. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to talk about Sister Jose Women's Center briefly. This past Thursday, Sister Jose Women's Center opened their newly renovated laundry facility with additional new commercial washers and dryers that are open 24/7 to guests of the Women's Low Barrier Shelter. I was proud to help make this a reality by allocating $30,000 of our award for our ARPA funds to this project. So thanks to Mayor and Council for giving us the ability to discretionarily allocate those funds. I had the pleasure of touring Sister Jose and their team explained a disturbing new trend that many seniors are finding themselves unsheltered for the first time in their lives. Increases in rent and inflation are creating these conditions that can't be overcome on a fixed income. That's why partnerships like the one with the City of Tucson and Sister Jose are so important. Working together is the only way we can effectively help our unsheltered community members. And if you'd like to learn more about the great work that's happening at Sister Jose Women's Center, you can check out their website at srjosewomensShelter.org. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lee. Councilmember Cunningham, I don't know if you had any summary of current events?
Not tonight, Your Honor.
Well, thank you, Councilmember. Anyone over on this side? Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then we'll come this way.
I found that it's always useful to have a prop with announcements. I'm proud to announce that the Sugar Hill Coalition is sponsoring the Battle of the Badges, a basketball contest between our first responders in the Tucson Police Department and the Tucson Fire Department. This will take place August 26th at the Donna Liggins Recreation Center at 2160 North 6th Avenue. And I particularly brought a U of A ball because I, like many people, and since Paul's not doing a sports item, want to celebrate that we'll soon be watching the U of A players. Who knows? They were playing in the Middle East, and are we joining the PAC Middle East or something? I'm not quite sure. The Battle of the Badges, it's free admission, but it's also a fundraiser for a program for school children who have difficulty buying the clothes and other essentials they need to go to school. $250 supports a child, and they're trying to support 80 plus. So come on out and watch these guys play ball and support an important cause, the Sugar Hill Coalition. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So our Budget de la Gente, which is our participatory budgeting cycle 2, is in idea collection phase now until October 18th. Feel free to reach out to the Ward 1 office, sign up for our newsletter, or visit our website at www.tucward1.com to submit your idea and learn more about the participatory budgeting process and the ideas that we were able to fund in cycle 1. Tomorrow, Wednesday, August 23rd, from 4 to 6, our office will be hosting a meet and greet roundtable with our new PDSD director, Christina Swallow, during a small business roundtable where community members and local businesses can provide feedback and learn about the planning and permitting process here in the city of Tucson. And then this Friday, we have our monthly Bicicleteada del Sur, our Fuga ride, which I will have the honor of leading the ride. And we gather at 6 p.m. at the El Pueblo Center parking lot on 101 West Irvington Road, and we take off around 6:30. And then finally, the Pima Area Labor Federation will be celebrating their 25th annual Labor Day picnic on Monday, September 4th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Kennedy Park Fiesta Grounds. Thank you.
Vice Mayor? Okay. I wanted to invite the community. The groundbreaking for Milagro on Oracle is this week, I believe it's tomorrow. This project located at North Oracle Road and north of West Grant Road is Tucson's first low-income housing tax credit project developed under the city's new nonprofit, El Pueblo Housing Development. It is also the city of Tucson's first LIHTC project in 10 years. This project will create 63 affordable housing units for older adults, including 19 units for people who previously experienced homelessness. Supportive services will also be provided. This project was identified in the Thrive in the '05 Transformation Plan and highlights many mayor and council priorities, including historic preservation and adaptive reuse of underutilized site, affordable housing, and climate resiliency. It's also an excellent example of public-private partnership with the support from the Arizona Department of Housing and funding partners who are investing more than $19 million in this project. It is a great example of implementing our housing affordability strategy for Tucson. So wonderful a celebration tomorrow, and happy to be there to celebrate with the community and hopefully Councilmember Dahl and all my other partners or colleagues on the council. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 251, dated August 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to let you know that Lara Hamway, our Parks Director, is in Glendale receiving a marketing award for our lifeguard recruiting effort and the success of that last year. As you remember, we went through a lot of energy and effort on that. So the Arizona Park Association is recognizing the city of Tucson. I thought that was important to mention, given the energy and effort that you all put into it, as well as the Parks team. So that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication number 252, dated August 22nd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, we have 1 request for a new license, 1 request for a person transfer, and 5 requests for special events. All are in compliance with city requirements except for item 5B2, the person transfer, Honest Liquors. That request that application has been withdrawn, so an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 5C1 through 5C5 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved, Your Honor.
I have a motion. I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Item passes 7-0. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentations. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask that the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. So we're going to read first the speakers that had requested to speak on our meeting, our previous meeting. I believe it's Rick Hansen. Rick Hansen. Rick Hansen? Okay. Steve Roth? Steve?
Yes.
Okay, come on forward and state your name, and if you live in the city of Tucson, and if you're a retained speaker.
Yes, I live in Tucson, and my name is still Steve Roth. I was a professional swim coach for 42 years, and I've traveled all over the country until my baby girl fell in love with a Tucsonan. And at that point, I decided to retire. So I'm semi-retired right now, and I've got 5 children who live in Arizona and 3 live in Tucson, and I have 2 grandchildren. So I'm concerned about the community that I will eventually leave
to my children and grandchildren. Started getting involved in politics in December, and I've been coming to city council since March, I believe. So it's been about 5+ months, and I've been sitting and listening, observing, learning, and I'm not going to get everything out in 3 minutes, but I was a pretty successful swim coach because I studied science. About 15 years ago, I started studying the science of climate change. And there's a lot of scientific conclusions are based off of data patterns. And I believe Councilman Dahl, you mentioned at the last meeting, one of those data patterns that we're experiencing a lot of record heat. In a lot of communities, we're getting record heat. But another data pattern from last winter and recent winters is record colds. We definitely have climate change going on. All through the Midwest, we had record cold temperatures in a lot of communities up in the Northeast. And as recently as 2019, there was a -38 recorded in the state of Illinois, which is the coldest ever anywhere in the state. So we do have extreme temperatures going on, but we can't ignore some of the data patterns and make choices or decisions based off of only some data patterns. Our Earth's atmosphere consists of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and a few other elements. We get down to CO2, which is 400 parts per million. That's 0.04%. Of that 0.04%, 3% of that is anthropogenic. That means we caused it. That's 0.0012%. Of that, 4% comes from the U.S. So now we're down to 0.000048%. That's 2008 statistics. Recently at a U.S. Senate hearing, I heard it's now 17%, but over the last couple of years, I've come to doubt data that comes from the government. But we've spent $5 trillion. 3 minutes goes
Sorry.
fast.
That's okay. Come
I'll
to a
get
conclusion.
better.
Yeah.
I'll get better.
You can always come back at every council meeting and continue your conversation with us. Thank you so much for attending
Thank you.
today. Thank you. All righty. Our next speaker is Amina Tolan. Amina Tolan. Okay. Our next speaker is Jesse Lugo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council members, city staff, and people present in this meeting. My name is Jesse Lugo. I'm a native of Tucson and raised in Ward 1, Barrio Hollywood, and present owner in Ward 5 for almost 5 decades. I prepared an 11-page document that I would like to have one of your clerks give to each council member and the mayor and the city's manager, please. And I'm going to read to you some of the literature in it. And the reason for that, because I want to give an oversight of the proposed 22nd overpass to be built in the future. On August 7th, we held a meeting in the Ward 5 office along with the Tucson Department of Transportation representatives for questions and answers on the 22nd Street overpass that I and other citizens participated. What was mentioned is that the mayor and council does not have any input on this project that is solely under the oversight of TDOT. Funding for the overpass to be read, we learned from this meeting, was RTA 44 million, Pima County Transportation Bond of 1997, 9.2 million, Highway User Revenue Fund, 16 million, Tucson Development Impact Fees, 4.5 million, Surface Transportation Block Grant, 38.5 million, Raise Grant, Federal Aid, 25 million, these are federal funds, Tucson Water, 7 million, and Pima County Wastewater Sewer, 0.69 million. And the reason why I cite this, when if you go into the Department of Transportation Mobility Improvements Project under the 22nd overpass, the only funds that are listed there is the 25 million from the federal. I believe in doing so, there's no transparency because not only mayor and council should have this type of information, but the public at large, so they can see where these funds are coming for this particular project. Now, also, to confirm, on the website that is listed under build.gov, it is noted of the 25 million that was allocated for the city of Tucson. But the letter to the mayor and council that I left here back on March 21st, I gave you a copy of this, but also I attached a copy of the photo where the new bridge will be built. One thing that's very important, back in 2004, I wrote a letter to United States Senator John McCain, and the reason for that, I was walking over the bridge to retrieve my business mail at the Cherry Post Office. The bridge started to flex up and down. I thought it was an earthquake, but it wasn't, because I've been in California where there's an earthquake. But then I looked down on the pavement. Actually, there was potholes in the concrete, but also rebar sticking out of it. So I wrote the letter to United States Senator John McCain. He quickly assembled the Army Corps of Engineers.
You have to come to a conclusion.
Pardon me?
You have to come to a conclusion, please.
I didn't hear you, ma'am.
That you have to finish off your
Oh, okay.
comments, please. Your 3 minutes are over.
Okay, with that said, there's some other items that you'll see in your packet. What I'm asking, along with other citizens here, that you set this an agenda item in the future, so this way the public at large can have final input of what the proposed 22nd overpass will be, because, and the reason for that is not to have TDOT actually move the project forward, because after all, we elect mayor and council members and not city staff people to pursue this
Lugo.
project in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Lugo.
Appreciate it.
Phoebe Robinson. Phoebe Robinson. The higher microphone, please.
The other one.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Phoebe Robinson, and I live in the Flowingwell/Amphi area, and we've been making tremendous efforts to clean up our neighborhoods. But we find that the code by city and county is actually acting as an obstacle. And it seems that the idea is that if you put up some semblance of a fence and mask the problem, that's the solution. But I strongly disagree with that. I have 3 quick examples. One is a place that it used to be, 2 of the places there have been drugs associated with it, and one only operated at night, and it's supposedly a garage. They've got vehicles back there stacked up God knows how deep, and other things that have been there for 10 years. There's no reason for it. They've got a big semblance of a fence in the front, and you stand to the side, obviously. So the answer mostly with code enforcement is, oh, put up another fence or a better fence. So the other place is also associated with that kind of activity. The owner died about 5 years ago, and then some homeless people moved in, and then they found a rightful heir who moved her brother in, who had a little bit of a problem. It was a good place to put him. And so there's been 2 vehicles there that have been there inoperable, propped up for 5 years at least. Nobody has a title. So evidently code enforcement again has said, oh yeah, just put up another fence and hide the problem. But that doesn't solve the problem. Another place where, I guess somebody got a drone. The backyard was so packed about this high that nobody could walk through it. Okay, they had a fence. So for some, they were able to find some way around that. And the city has required them to start moving some things out. But I really would like to see it's not fair to bring up a problem without a possible solution. So I think that requiring people to have titles, at least for the vehicles, if they're going to be allowed to keep them in the yard, junked or whatever, would be a partial solution. But I would like to see a change to where the idea, now, for instance, one of the places is putting up a fence. Somewhere they found an old dilapidated wood fence that has brown paint that's peeling on it. And that's their response to what code enforcement is requiring. I'd like to find a better solution. And that's why I'm here, to try to find out if everybody can find a way to find a better solution than slapping up a fence and masking the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson, really appreciate it. Thank you for coming today. Chris Lopez. Chris Lopez.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chris Lopez. I'm a native Tucsonian, been here all my life. I am representing the Julia King Neighborhood Association. Our boundaries are 22nd Street, Alvernon, Aviation Parkway, and Country Club, okay? We are in opposition to the current plan that TDOT has right now for the center pedestrian bike lane, okay? Our preference is to keep the pedestrian bike lane on each side as it is currently. The plan also includes adding 2 hawk lights, one on each side of the bridge. So we're going to have 4 traffic lights within a half-mile distance, okay? It doesn't make sense. This plan will also add more congestion to an already congested area and more frustration to the drivers. TDOT states that the center lane is for safety purposes. We feel it's going to create a safety hazard. Have any of us already crossed a bridge that we have to go to the center lane and then cross again? Okay, that's going to be pretty alarming. Having to be alert for oncoming traffic on one side is hard enough. But if having to be alert on both sides at the same time is going to be mind-blowing. Construction of the bridge needs to be built in the best way possible from the beginning. Please revise the current center lane plan back to the 2 lanes for the pedestrians and the bikes. Also, we have a huge safety concern for the increased traffic that will be generated once the bridge has been demolished for Country Club between Aviation Parkway and 22nd Street. Country Club is a collector street that has not been improved as it should have been when Aviation Parkway was constructed over 25 years ago. The short list is there are no drainage, no curbs, no sidewalks, no lighting. It's amazing how the north side of 22nd Street was totally improved a few years ago, but the south side continues to be neglected. Thank you for your time, and thank you for taking care of our community.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Scott Hancock. Scott Hancock.
Can you hear me all right? Yeah, okay. Good evening, Mayor Romero and members of the City Council, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Scott Hancock. I am a Tucson resident. I'm not paid to be here, but I am speaking today as the project manager for Arizonans for Community Choice. Our community has demonstrated admirable leadership on climate issues, from the renowned Tucson Million Trees campaign to Tucson Water's international recognition to recent strides in free transit access. We have shown the power of forward-thinking local policy. Our city is regarded as a model for others to follow. It is because of this leadership that I come before you today. As outlined in Action E-3.2 of our Tucson Climate Action Plan, over the last few months, Arizonans for Community Choice has embodied the mission to, I quote, work with community advocates and jurisdictions to co-form a community choice energy program and procure 100% renewable power for Tucson. We have diligently been building that coalition and now have an important opportunity for Tucson to continue leading on climate and community action. I encourage your attendance at 2 upcoming events focused on expanding community choice energy in our city and state. First, on September 9th, Citizens Climate Lobby and Arizonans for Community Choice will be co-hosting an informational meeting at Pima's downtown campus to support residents' understanding on CCA's potential to transform our energy system Your presence would signal the city's commitment to educating the community on this critical issue. The second event is a CCA Nuts and Bolts workshop on September 20th, convened exclusively for city leaders across Arizona. Other municipalities will be hoping to replicate Tucson's progress, and attendees will learn from experts how CCAs can enable cities to chart a new energy future. Your participation would demonstrate our city's ongoing climate leadership and willingness to assist other cities with similar goals. To refresh, CCAs provide emissions reductions, increased clean energy access, and local revenue generation to fund community programs. By attending these events, you will maintain Tucson's position as a climate leader while supporting peer cities following our model. I will forward a formal invitation shortly to all of your offices, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have. I genuinely hope to see you on the 9th and 20th as we continue our climate progress forward, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Mr. Hancock. I believe it's Sasa Brown. Sasa Brown.
Hello.
Hi there, how are you?
Hi, my name is Jaja Brown. I am with Acre 41, and I am here on behalf of the social equity applicants in Arizona for cannabis licensing. I'm here in reference to item 11. the
Item
zoning.
11, so it's not a public hearing, so I'm so sorry about that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
We're going to start all over. We're going to start your 3 minutes.
Okay.
And you can speak at your pleasure.
Thank you. Good evening. I am asking that the council would deny the agenda for item 11 or remand it for further consideration. The applicant that has submitted the application for this particular dispensary, Mojave Cannabis, has a reputation for exploiting social equity applicants. It has submitted more applications than any other business in the program, and they're partnering with people directly impacted by the war on drugs. They have submitted more than 300 applications. They have received more than half of the 26 social equity licenses that were given out. And now that they've received these licenses, we are in a position where they're going to open up a dispensary here in Tucson. It's not going to benefit the people who have been impacted by the war on drugs. And when we met with the council the last time, we excuse me, we talked about how it was going to affect the community and everything if they were to get this dispensary license in our city. So the special exceptions process isn't working if Mojave gets accepted for this dispensary to open in Tucson. At the minimum, the special exceptions process was supposed to ask businesses tough questions and at best prohibit unscrupulous businesses from locating in Tucson and harming the community. The documents do not indicate which license number proposes to move here, whether it's under litigation, whether it directly impacted the person that the program was supposed to benefit that was forced out of the business. At a minimum, the city council should be asking these tough questions before approving zoning under special exemptions. The public needs to be brought into the process, which we haven't been. When the council approved the special exemption process, the public was told that it would be brought into the decisions and that this council would serve as a check to ensure that the communities, particularly the Black and brown communities who were mostly criminalized by the war on drugs, benefited from the social equity program. Well, back in March, the Mayor Romano, you told us that the public that the process that AZDHS put together really allowed for corporate dispensaries to really take advantage of AZDHS process. And so we just want to make sure that the initial process and that we have a fair process in front of all of us, which right now it isn't. Because if we allow the multi-state operators, those are the operators who have dispensaries and dispensary operations in other states, to come into our state and into our city and just open up dispensaries, which they already have dispensaries open, how is the benefit for the community at all? So we're just asking that maybe we take another look at it and either deny it.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Your 3 minutes are up, but thank you for joining us.
I would like to know if I
Okay, you
can
could
leave
give it
this-
to our clerk's office and we will be more than happy to take it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pamela Francis? Pamela Francis?
Good evening. Mayor Romero and City Council members, my name is Pamela Francis, and I have lived in Tucson, Arizona since 1964. I'm here tonight to ask for your consideration to hold more public meetings about the redesign of the 22nd Street Bridge. Many of us who have attended public presentations still have concerns about this critical project, and I do appreciate the opportunity to share a few of those tonight. In reading articles about recently completed overpasses and bridges in the U.S., I found that in every instance, bike lanes were located away from traffic, often protected by tall fencing. We could not find any examples of traffic, or bike lanes, that have been placed between travel lanes of motorized vehicles, nor could we find any case studies recommending that placement. And most definitely, no other installations required cyclists to access their designated bike lanes by stopping traffic using hand-activated traffic signals, surprising drivers not expecting to stop. Modern case studies cite that narrower travel lanes promote slower driving speeds, contributing to a safer roadway by reducing the severity of crashes. Yet not only has the redesign of this project increased the width of the center lanes, promoting faster speeds, it has increased pedestrian and cyclist proximity to those faster vehicles. Tucson is considered a top cycling destination in the world. El Tour was named the best event of its kind in the nation. Shouldn't we listen to our own Bicycle Advisory Council's recommendations when they say placing pedestrians and cyclists in the middle is especially concerning? There are other concerns that will impact far more people than our friends in the cycling community. We have eagerly anticipated connecting the Aviation Parkway to the new downtown link to I-10, our first crosstown freeway. But when we learn that Midtown access to that urban highway at Plummer will be closed permanently and will change the flow of traffic to Country Club where I live, I'm concerned about knowing what are the plans to accommodate all of that extra traffic, and what will the impact be on the infrastructure, air quality, noise levels for residents along the Reed Park corridor. The current street surface conditions at Tucson Boulevard and Plummer are not good. Are there plans to fully resurface those streets in preparation for extra traffic caused by detours before construction begins? And what are the post-construction plans for extra traffic? This is a critical project, and we need to do better. And I think we can do better. Let's press pause, and let's rethink it, and let's plan for success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Andrew Christopher.
Mayor Romero, Council, thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Andrew Christopher. I'm the president of the Arroyo Chico Neighborhood Association. We're between Country Club and Campbell and 22nd and Broadway, and the bottom left corner is clipped by Aviation Highway. I'm speaking about our concerns regarding the redesign of the 22nd Street Bridge. The original design was reached through rigorous public input back in 2008 or around there. For reference, I was a sophomore in high school. I'm now 30 years old. So that's been a long time. The community in our neighborhood has changed. The priorities of the city have changed in terms of transportation. And the design of the project has been substantially changed due to budget concerns. And that change has not occurred with any additional community input. And I think that's a huge mistake. We've seen in the past how engineering projects and infrastructure projects are forced on communities, especially communities in the south and west side of town, with just an engineering approach and no real input from the people who have to live with them. And that's a mistake. We know it's a mistake, and we can do better. So please hit pause on this project and allow us to have real conversation and real input on a bridge that we're going to be stuck with for 60 more years. Thank you.
I am not being able to read the first name, but it's Marong Getsi? I'm so sorry, I'm butchering your name.
It's okay, everybody does it. Hi, my name is Manon Getzi. I've lived in Tucson for over 30 years. I live in Arroyo Chico. I am also on 2 commission boards. I've been to 4 in-person meetings about the new 22nd Bridge design. The last public meeting, the engineers and project managers weren't honest when asked if the Bicycle Advisory Commission had signed off on the design that requires pedestrians and cyclists to cross at hawk lights to get to the middle of the bridge between designated freight lanes. Saturday, several of us were handed a copy of a letter from the BAC sent to the bridge project manager addressing serious concerns. Their letter has not been responded to. At the same meeting, I mentioned that the 22nd Bridge shouldn't be closed for repairs before Tucson Boulevard is repaved from 22nd to at least Speedway, if not Grant. They blinked until others agreed, including a woman who worked for a higher-level governmental environmental agency who suggested they put Tucson Boulevard on the pavement preservation list. The planners huddled. One stepped out from the corner and said maybe they could find some money for Tucson Boulevard to be repaid. It took approximately 7 meetings for something very basic to be recognized as a real concern by these planners. The thought of old ladies with grocery carts and stoic bike commuters between 6 lanes of traffic with heavy trucks, buses, and screaming fire trucks speeding past is giving many anxiety, especially since the biker ped bridge will be raised to eye level of cars, trucks, and buses with only a small level of concrete for protection, 42 inches. Right about here. The thought, it looks like TJ's will be going in at Plummer at Broadway, adding this shopping complex to a Safeway, Natural Grocers, Walmart, Home Depot, Target, Ross, Office Depot, movie theaters, and Elcon means students from the U of A and people living downtown with increasing urban density and very little shopping availability will come down Broadway to our neighborhood. People who would normally stay east to shop at Swan and Grant or Wilmot and Speedway may shop more in our area because of the combination of stores. Adding the haircut to 5th Street to 1 lane each way means less space for motorists along along with the 22nd Bridge design, adding hawk lights and increased traffic from I-10 and Keno. The loss of aviation access both directions at 22nd will drive traffic from the east side across Country Club and Tucson Boulevard to Broadway. In spite of more lanes, Broadway has now slower traffic times as a result of hawk lights and required U-turns to get to businesses and neighborhoods. I haven't heard one person who thinks the middle pedestrian bike bridge is a good idea, and no one from surrounding areas wants to lose aviation access from 22nd to be forced down Broadway. I've been knocked down while weeding on my easement on Treat Ave by a U-Haul, trying to get around a traffic circle designed to make Treat safer for bicyclists and children going to school. I'm a former full-time cyclist who lived in the middle of Chicago. I'm all for bicycle and ped safety and connectivity. However, I am over city planners making legacies for the names for themselves at the detriment of citizens of Tucson while spending millions of dollars doing it. There's enough divisiveness in our community already. The harder we make it for motorists, the more they will end up disliking cyclists and road rage will increase. This is dangerous for everyone. The current bridge design is a disaster. Please give us back our former design, which was made with real public input. This would be a win-win for the Tucson community. Thank you.
Thank you, Manon. Rob Armstrong. Rob Armstrong.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Rob Armstrong. I'm from Arroyo Chico. I've been a contractor for 25 years in the city, and that is the dumbest plan I've ever seen for that 22nd Street overpass. It's horrible. The hawk light, stopping traffic, that you're expanding this bridge and then stopping everybody on each end every time a button gets pushed makes no sense. And also losing access to aviation from 22nd. That doesn't increase anything. All it does is slow everything down. The original plan was great. We need to do that. Thank you.
And we're gonna have one more speaker. We've hit our 30-minute Mark, but I did want to ask our city manager to see if you wanted to address the 22nd Street redesign, Mr. Ortega. So let's have our speaker first. I believe it's Sandy Estrada. Sandy, I think Sandy Estrada, correct?
Hi, good evening. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for your service, all of you. I know it's not an easy job. We have an interesting community. My husband and I moved here 40 years ago from San Francisco as fourth-generation San Franciscans. It's been a great experience here. Very unusual, but it's been really interesting watching how Tucson has blossomed. When we got here, there was one restaurant, the El Rapido restaurant downtown. That's where we ate, and that was it. And look at it now. Look at us now. We are the envy of the country, but I'm really getting off track. I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to bring this up, but I am in favor of a new project at the corner of Rosemont and Broadway. I own a business. I own a farmer's insurance agency on the south side of Broadway, right across the street from the hotel. And it would be really nice to see that big dirt lot have something nice on it. We have a problem here with housing, for one thing, and it would be such a huge improvement. And while I'm talking about improvements, and if there's other opportunities to speak on that, I'd be more than happy to do it. The other issue I have is on the south side of Broadway. There was someone here that was commenting on the south side of 22nd Street, how it's all run down, and on the north side of 22nd Street, it is beautiful. Well, on the south side of Broadway, on the 4800 block where my building is, there's an access road, and Steve Kozacek was kind enough to get the weeds all cleared off there at one point, and I thought, hooray, we finally got this, and I don't have to have my car scratched when we drive. The weeds are back. Everything else is cleared. The north side of Broadway, the 4800 block, south side of Broadway, across from the Guadalajara Grill. It'd be really nice if that could be cleared and kept nice, because I don't like having to hire somebody to go out there and do it. I think it's a liability, and it looks terrible. Also, the bike path that was built is a pretty cool idea, but I never see bikers along there, ever. And when you're going east on Broadway and you go south on Niven, that corner right there it's just a mess. There's a beautiful center, what do you call those, roundabouts, like going south on Niven. But if somebody could look at that little area there and that sidewalk, I'd really appreciate it. And thank you for your service, and good to be in Tucson.
Thank you so much, Ms. Estrada. So that was our last speaker, and I just wanted to invite Mr. Ortega to share anything that you have to share regarding the 22nd Street Bridge redesign.
Sure, Mayor. First of all, I don't want to get into a long-winded discussion because it's not on the agenda, but just in terms of a response, what I will propose is to reach out to the folks that spoke here tonight, and we will get their cards. I've been in contact with our director, Sam Credio, of Transportation, and we'll get together with them and outline the situation we have, as well as solicit thoughts and ideas. The key thing to remember is I think one of the speakers was much younger when this started, and the reality is that this project's been going on for many years and probably a couple of decades. And so I think it's making sure that the evolution of the conversation is clear to everyone, including the mayor and council, and then we'll have a discussion around what options there might be and present them back to you. Thank you, Mayor.
So, Mr. Ortega, you will get the information from the speakers and then convene them?
Yes, and then
Convene them?
we'll
Okay.
call a meeting and we'll convene folks to have a conversation, and I'll have our transportation folks there as well, and we will have my office there as well. Thank you.
Is that something that's possible for all the groups that came to represent the neighborhoods? Okay, perfect. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Ortega. I really appreciate that. Alrighty, we move on to...
Your Honor, could I just make an announcement? There are several speakers who did not put contact information on their cards. I have staff at the back of the room who would be happy to copy your name, address, phone number, or email address so we can get a hold of you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So those of you that would like to be included in a convening regarding the 22nd Street redesign, what's his name, Robert?
Rob Armstrong. Oh, Robert, yes.
Robert, that is a staff of the city clerk's office, is back there. Raise your hand. Please give them your name and a way that we can contact you, either phone number or email or both. Thank you all. Thank you. All right, so we move on to item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through I.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have item A, approval of minutes. Item B, intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the Community Service Officer Certification Program and Internships Joint Technical Education District. That item has been continued to a future date. Item C is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the Nights Inn. I believe Mr. Rankin has some information on that item.
Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Earlier, the mayor had raised the issue of making sure that as part of this program and this project, that since there's a significant city investment in it, that any materials that go out, either advertising or giving notice of this program, include recognition of the city of Tucson's participation in that through the use of the city logo, et cetera. We contacted Pima County, and they're happy to memorialize that agreement. So we will do that as, if this item is approved, we will include that action as part of it.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. And can I just say the wonderful partnership between Pima County and the city of Tucson that is going to happen at the Nights Inn. Just wanted to bring attention to the funds that we're putting together, $1.4 million of Home American Rescue Plan funds joint with Pima County, $1.6 million of City of Tucson CDBG funds, and $1.3 million grant from the Arizona Department of Housing. This partnership between the City of Tucson and Pima County will benefit Tucson residents in the prevention of eviction and potentially facing, and people facing homelessness. So I just wanted to thank Pima County for their partnership and the result of City of Tucson and Pima County working together for the Emergency Eviction Legal Services Program that prevents homelessness in our community. So I just wanted to add a big thank you to Pima County for their partnership, and that this partnership at the Nights Inn will be so beneficial for our residents. Just wanted to add that. Go ahead, Ms. Clerk.
Item D is Tucson Code Amendment, Chapter 20, Article 1, Section 20-9, Police Authorized to Direct Traffic Control. Item E is the final plat for TD DIV 0523-00062, 655 East River Road, lots 1 through 3. Item F is a resolution authorizing amendment of the plastic waste diversion and reuse agreement between the City of Tucson and Bifusion Global, Inc., and execution of a lease agreement with Ash Tucson Properties, LLC. I believe that item has been continued. Item G is a license agreement for use of public right-of-way Alluvion Communications Incorporated project. Item H is a real property approving a ground lease agreement with TowerCom 11B DBA T-Mobile Wireless Communications Facility, Tucson Water Well Site. Item I is real property RES 2024-012, sale of surplus city-owned property located at 4110 East 4th Street. So an appropriate motion would be to approve items A through I with the exception of F.
May I have a motion? There's a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mixana Cruz.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Kozachik. Mayor Romero.
Aye. The item on the consent agenda passed by a vote of 7-0. Yeah, by request of Councilmember Fimbres, we are going to consider items 12 and 13 before he has to leave the meeting. So let's go on to item 12.
Economic Initiatives, approval of sales tax development agreement for Home Depot, resolution number 23659.
City Manager's communication number 255 dated August 22nd is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23659 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23659 relating to economic development, approving a notice of intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with Home Depot for a new retail store in the Houghton Town Center, making certain findings with respect to that agreement and adopting an independent economic analysis relating to the agreement.
What is the council's pleasure?
So, Mayor, thank you. I know that Barbara was able to share a lot of the statistics earlier today that were in the analysis. And as you all know, per that analysis, Home Depot is going to be a major sales tax anchor, and that's exactly what the development needs to incentivize additional medium-sized anchor stores to invest in complete phases 2 and 3 over at the Houghton Town Center. The independent economic analysis stated that the estimated value of the incentive to the company is $2.6 million. And over the next 5 years, this project is expected to generate direct revenue to the city of $8.6 million and more than $21 million in 5 years to other taxing jurisdictions within the region. And so with that, Mayor, I want to move that we approve the notice of intent to enter into a site-specific sales tax development agreement with the Home Depot resolution number 23695.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
And Mayor, members of the council,
Yes.
just as a quick housekeeping matter, as you know, this and the subsequent item were also on the study session to allow for some discussion of these projects moving forward. Our normal practice is that we do act in the study session to approve moving forward with the development agreement, and then in the regular session to approve the notice of intent. But as the mayor inquired during the study session, you have the ability to do both of those tonight because it's on the agenda. So by virtue of the motion, you would be approving the notice of intent through the resolution and also giving the direction to move forward with the development agreement, which will come back at a later time.
Thank you so much for the added information. With that, roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Femers?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23659 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 13.
Economic Initiatives, approval of sales tax incentive agreement with Project Rita, resolution number 23658.
City Manager's communication number 254 dated August 22nd is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23658 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23658 relating to economic development, approving a notice of intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with Project Rita for a new retail store at the Bridges, making certain findings with respect to that agreement and adopting an independent economic analysis relating to the agreement.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to move and adopt 23658 relating to economic development, approving the notice of intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with Project Rita for a new retail store at the Bridges.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, Project Rita's total construction impact is estimated to be $38.3 million for the city of Tucson. Once completed, the project could generate an annual overall economic income of $15.7 million or a total of $78.5 million over 5 years of operation. The Renaissance of Tucson continues forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. So there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23658 passes by a vote of 7-0. Thank you so much for allowing me to do that. We move on to item 8.
Item 8 is a public hearing zoning C922-02 Tucson Mountain RV Park Pad, Ajo Way R1 to Pad ordinance adoption. That item has been continued to a future date.
Item 9, on this particular item, we do have Director Swallow from the Planning and Development Services Department here to address this item, but if you want to read it, Ms. Clerk, and then we'll call Director Swallow up to the mic.
Item 9 is a public hearing zoning TPENT 0223-00012, Broadway Rosemont Apartments, Broadway Boulevard R1 and C1 to OCR1, City Manager's Report.
Come on up. I think you had a statement, Ms. Swallow.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, we have received a communication from the applicant on this item. It was an email sent to me, and it reads as follows. Christina Swallow, I am writing to you to compliment the Planning and Development Services Department, PDSD, and the other city departments involved for their exemplary work through the subject rezoning process. The PDSD and various city departments were extremely thorough and expeditious in researching the 7-acre site relative to the Broadway Craycroft Plan, adopted by Mayor and Council in September 1988, along with the goals and parameters of Plan Tucson as they relate to the subject property. The result was the proposed plan abided by both. PDSD also answered many questions from the various stakeholders as the process moved forward. The city moved each rezoning step along as quickly as possible within state and city regulations as soon as they received the necessary information from the developer and the results of the various rezoning components. Furthermore, the Ward 6 office was very responsible and prompt in scheduling the 3 neighborhood meetings at the Ward 6 office. The Ward 6 office facilitated dialogue throughout the process as was requested. We all know there was controversy relative to the rezoning, but the rezoning process went forward within the established rezoning guidelines. I'm also appreciative to Mayor Regina Romero for the engagement of her staff, support for this project, and working to increase the housing inventory in Tucson. Unfortunately, the Waypoint Residential Group has chosen to withdraw from the 222 gated apartment project at Broadway and Rosemont. The sole reason for their withdrawal is economic, specifically higher interest rates and the higher construction costs. I wish to restate there is no other reason. They found the site extremely desirable and very much wanted to develop the 222 apartments to augment the adjacent 1.5 million square feet of office space and the 340,000 square feet of retail, all within walking distance, in addition to the excellent mass transit service on Broadway. Thank you all for the professionalism and the efforts that went into this rezoning process. Respectfully, Thomas Warren.
Thank you, Ms. Swallow. Really appreciate you reading that into the record. And really appreciate Mr. Tom Warren for him bringing this idea and this concept to the table. And of course, as he said, thanks to all involved, the neighborhoods, the Ward 6 Council Office, your department, and anyone, and zoning examiner, anyone that had anything to do with this particular project. Unfortunately, we're seeing that more and more, economic reasons for not continuing forward with projects. So thank you so much for reading that, and we move on to item 10.
Zoning TP MOD 0423-000-009, Prince 10 Pad, Major Change 03 to Pad 43, Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 12027.
City Manager's communication number 258 dated August 22 is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12027 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12027 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located at 2070 West Fort Lowell, former location of the Trait Hill Tucson RV Park, approximately 560 feet west of the intersection of West Fort Lowell Road and North Business Center Drive, just west of Interstate 10 between Prince Road and Miracle Mile, in case TP MOD 0423-000-009, Prince 10 Planned Area Development, Major Change 03 to Pad 43, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Dahl?
this is in my ward. My staff and I were able to visit the site a few weeks back. It's an exciting project. that's been in the works for some time and was approved by my predecessor and mayor and council. We're being asked tonight to approve amending the boundaries of the project. I want to thank Gary Brav, who's the owner-developer, and Adam Call from the Planning Center for agreeing to increase the amount of water harvesting from what had originally been approved, and also agreeing to additional measures that will supplement on-site landscaping with stormwater, because we all like more vegetation. And I also appreciate that the project will create access to the Santa Cruz River Park for people. So I move to approve the request for special exception as recommended by zoning examiner and adopt ordinance 12027.
There's a motion. May I have a second? There's a motion
Second.
and a second, a couple of seconds. Any further discussion on this item? Well, I too just want to add the excitement that you have, Councilmember Dahl. I think this is an incredible opportunity for the city of Tucson. Want to thank Gary Brav for really looking at a space that has been underutilized or not utilized at all, and really imagining what could become. And it is a complicated and complex project, but yet Mr. Brav and his partners really want to do the best in terms of design and the best use for that area. So I'm really excited to see what's going to come out of that space, and am happy to continue adding to the planned area development. So there's a motion, a second. If there's no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Absent excuse?
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12027 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 11.
Zoning TPENT 0423-00019 West Grant Road C2 Marijuana Dispensary Special Exception Land Use Ordinance Adoption, Ordinance number 12026.
So this particular item, let me read it into the record. City Manager's Communication number 257 dated August 22 is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 12026 by number and title only.
Ordinance 12026 relating to zoning a special exception land use marijuana dispensary TPENT 0423-00019 West Grant Road located on the north side of Grant Road, approximately 500 feet east of the intersection of North Oracle Road and West Grant Road, approving with conditions the construction of a marijuana dispensary in the C2 zone and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor?
Councilmember Dahl.
Mayor and council has received by email some concerns, and also at the call to the audience. So I propose and I move that we continue this item to the next regular council meeting so we can address those concerns.
There's a motion.
Second.
Second, Your Honor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12026 is not passed, but we are moving the item to a future agenda. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Item 12.
Your Honor, is it too late for discussion on that really quick?
Yes, I would suggest that,
I know we're moving it to the next meeting, but can that be a little more fluid than that? That's my question.
oh, just to have additional time if it's necessary. Yeah, no, it will come back to, agenda when it's ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you,
Thanks, Paul.
Councilmember. Item 12?
We've done item 12 and 13.
Oh, we are. Excellent. Item 14?
City Magistrates, reappointment of special magistrates for Tucson City Court, ordinance number 12031 and 12032.
City Manager's Communication Number 265 dated August 22 is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12031 and Ordinance 12032 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12031 relating to city magistrates, reappointing Frederick S. Klein as special city magistrate to serve upon call by the presiding magistrate of the city court, fixing compensation, declaring this ordinance effective retroactively to January 8th, 2023, and declaring an emergency. Ordinance number 12032 relating to city magistrates, reappointing Karen DeBolt as special city magistrate to serve upon call by the presiding magistrate of the city court, fixing compensation, declaring this ordinance effective retroactively to July 9th, 2023, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt both 12031 and 12032. Congratulations to Judge Klein and to Judge Tybalt.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Your Honor, the first roll call will be for ordinance 12031. Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12031 passes by a vote of 6-0.
The vote for ordinance number 12032, Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12032 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 15.
Item 15, city magistrates, reappointment of Thaddeus Seaman, magistrate pro tempore for the Tucson City Court, ordinance number 12033.
City Manager's Communication Number 266 dated August 22nd is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Ordinance 12033 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12033, relating to city magistrates, reappointing Thaddeus Seaman as full-time magistrate pro tempore to serve upon call by the presiding magistrate of the city court, fixing compensation, declaring this ordinance effective retroactively to February 21st, 2023, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt 12033 and appoint Thaddeus Seaman back as a magistrate.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 12033 passes by a vote of 6-0.
Congratulations, Judge Seaman.
Item 16.
Boards, committees, and commissions reappointment to the Civil Service Commission, resolution number 23663.
City Manager's Communication Number 263 dated August 22nd is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23663 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23663 relating to the Civil Service Commission, reappointing Paul Fimbres as a Civil Service Commissioner, fixing annual compensation and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we appoint Paul Fimbres via resolution number 23663.
There is a motion. There's a motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Yes, Councilmember Santa Cruz? No. Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Your Honor, just wanted to make sure you know that Paul Fimbres is not a hybridized version of myself and Richard Fimbres.
I thought that would be the case, but thank you so much for the clarification. Roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek? Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Resolution 23663 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 17.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Wednesday, September 6th, at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a wonderful rest of your week.